We're entering a new era. Everything is changing. The way we invest, the way we build wealth, opportunities are seized. Technology is rewriting the rules, and crypto, it's at the center of the biggest financial shift in history. Wealth is being created faster than ever before. Millionaires are being minted, whales are getting richer, and yet retail investors keep getting left behind. Why? Because most investors are playing the wrong game. They miss the cycles. They turn life-changing gains back into nothing. They hold the wrong coins. They make emotional decisions, chasing hype, reacting to FOMO, drowning in the noise. Every day they search for answers, following influencers, TikTok trends, YouTube hype, only to be misled by those paid to sell dreams. The whales, they play a different game. They don't chase trends. They don't react. They structure their portfolio before the market moves. They accumulate early. They act on real data, and they follow a real strategy. While retail investors scramble to catch up, the whales are quietly exiting and profiting. The retail investors are their exit liquidity. Today, most investors are stuck. No portfolio strategy, no sell plan, just reacting to headlines, watching gains disappear, holding the wrong coins, while other opportunities pass them by. That is exactly why Collective Shift exists today. An independent crypto research company with no paid promotions, no hidden agendas, just data-driven insights designed to position serious investors ahead of the crowd. Today, Collective Shift is trusted by crypto investors around the world with real strategies, real portfolios, and real results. The bull run is here, but it won't last forever. And the difference between life-changing gains or another missed cycle comes down to having the right strategy at the right time. Institutions aren't coming, they're already here. Capital is flowing, smart money is positioning. The greatest crypto cycle in history is happening now. Some will make generational wealth, others will stuff it up once again. The future belongs to those who are prepared, to those that act now. Welcome to the High Net Worth Crypto Investor Summit. Welcome everyone to the High Net Worth Investor Summit. How cool is that video, by the way? That was absolutely epic. Welcome. Let me know in the chat where you guys are coming in from. G'day Jeanette, David, Andrew, whereabouts in the world, what suburb? We'd love to know. There's already 455 of you here for today's summit. Today's going to be absolutely epic. We put on a massive show. We brought in all of our analysts today to give you the next 3 hours so much insights and valuable information to make the most out of the remainder of this bull market. Hey Chris, hey Brooke, Jeanette from Gold Coast. Amazing. We did this summit 3 or 4 months ago, the High Net Worth Summit. We had 1,000 people registered. Today there was 1,700 registered. So this is by far nearly double the size of the last summit, which we're very, very excited for. As you all know, you are very busy, and here at Collective Shift, we really focus on making sure you get everything out of your time. We know you're smart, we know you're busy. Just by being here, you are already ahead of the crowd, so well done for that. Today's going to be a really wild ride. We've got so much new information, new content, new insights that we're really keen to share with you. As I said, all the team has sort of come in today to give you what you need to know for the remainder of this bull market. And if you're like me, you're super busy, you don't really have a lot of time to focus on the markets, you've got your career, your family, and you want to work smarter and build real wealth. And I've been able to do that over the last 9 years, and now we teach that and share that a lot of those insights here today. I'm going to show you how to grow your portfolio as a busy investor because a lot of you are trying to do this, managing your family, career, business, and it's so hard to do it as a busy investor. So today, to compound your returns in less time, again and again and again, every bull market, to compound those returns, take profits at the right time and accumulate. And I've personally been able to use this framework over the last 9 years to help myself, and now we literally teach thousands and thousands of others, for the last 5 years. And Collective Shift is now one of the world's leading crypto insights companies, and with a wealth-driven community across the world. And it's so exciting to now have built Collective Shift over the last 5 years to now a multi-7-figure crypto company. We're doing over $1 million a month from our research, and literally we've helped thousands and thousands of investors across the world scale their own portfolio, and we primarily help busy investors. All right, and I'm great to have personally made millions of dollars. I didn't come up with a lot of money. I shared a bunk bed with my brother when I was living in Tassie not that long ago, and now personally been able to make a lot of money through crypto through these frameworks that we're going to teach today. And a lot of these strategies is about taking that step-by-step process, all right? The blueprint so you can do it alone. So many people think that you have to be special and you have to have all this knowledge or information. Literally, I quit school when I was 17, had no money, had figured all this out on my own, and now we're able to share these insights back to you, which I'm so excited for. Now, I want to warn you, today definitely is not a promise to get rich, all right, or get any other result. Everyone is different. We do not know all of your personal circumstances, and this is not financial advice. There's already 500 plus of you in the chat. We obviously don't know all of your personal circumstances, but most people don't show up to these events. The market's down 10% today. All you guys that are here today, we know you know the opportunities here, all right? And this is where the money is made in these opportunities. So if you see text like this at the bottom, it's a reminder of that fact that we do not promise any sort of guarantees or results, and we're also not financial advisors. And that's why we put out so much free information. And hopefully a lot of you have been following us on social media, YouTube, Twitter. The team and I put weeks and weeks and weeks putting all of that information into this summit for you over the next 3 hours to give you the most impact we can, because there's so much to cover, all right? And you know so much stuff that we put out for free. That is to showcase to you that we know what we're doing. And today is the biggest virtual crypto summit we have hosted, probably the biggest one in Australia, all right, and now across the world, which is so exciting. Now, let me be fully 100% transparent with you. I have 2 hopes for you out of the summit today. The first hope, number 1, is you walk away and take all the free stuff we're about to give you. All right, we've really made sure today is really contextual. I was literally doing slides up into the last 3 minutes before coming on to make sure you have the right information from our analysts to get the most out of today's event, all right? Because crypto moves so fast. We're going to give you as much as we can so you can take it away, implement in your own portfolio, and literally create massive results. And I know this because we work with thousands and thousands of people, all right? And this is genuinely going to enhance your life as an investor in this space. And if all of that happens today, honestly, we're going to be incredibly excited, because at the end of the day, I've already made life-changing amounts of money in crypto, and I want to help other people do it the same way by not following these people online that are selling you the dreams and hopes that is absolutely nonsense, all right? Our chief focus today across the whole team is to help you have the biggest impact we can for this bull market, because there's only a limited time remaining this cycle before we most likely go back into a bull market, and we want you to win, all right? So regardless of whether you decide to pay us money or not at the end of this, you winning is how we win the most, all right? My second hope, if all of this makes sense for you to invest in the offer at the end, then you snatch it up really quick and really fast, okay? But if you're the right person, it's not for everyone, all right? And that's where the free information is going to be so important. And as we go through this, the product we have at the end that is completely optional, you don't need to sign up if you don't want, but I want to be transparent with you that at the end, we do have a membership that helps busy crypto investors who are ready and are time poor to grow their portfolio through our proven process, all right? Someone that wants to do it alongside us with a guidance, systems, and direct support, all right? It will honestly cost you more money not to own this product, what we're selling, than the investment you're going to have to make in it, all right? But either way, I just want you to get it, and I want you to win today, all right? And that's why we built the event. So that's my transparency to you. Why would we put this event on? Because we had that at the end. But at the end of the day, we want you to win and take so much free information away from this event. And if you've been to one of our masterclasses before, you know how educational and how valuable they are. So today, we really want to give you as much value as possible. We only have 3 hours. I want to help you capitalize on this cycle. And we've got some incredible bonuses exclusively for today's event that's completely limited time that we've never done publicly, only available for all of you on the summit today. And there's already 550 people here today, which is crazy. There will be a recording of this that will be available just for a limited time afterwards. However, there will be some exclusive live bonuses that you'll only get if you're live on this session today, as we'll cut it from the recording. All right, so all of that will be shared in my presentation today at 3:20 p.m. That's about 2 and a bit hours away. We're going to jam-pack this with value. And in my final session, we're going to share some things we've never done publicly before, which honestly, my team is yelling at me because the amount of value we're providing. Obviously, the members that we have, we give the most to, but this is something we've never done before. So if you're new to Collective Shift, if you haven't heard of my story, before all the success, I was literally just a regular kid from Tassie, a small town. Here I am a few years ago to share a bunk bed with my brother up until 8 years ago. I wasn't top of my class. I had no family money, no finance degree. All right, but I had one goal, and that was financial freedom for me and my family. School never taught us about how money works. And as I got closer to understanding about wealth and finance, I realized that they don't teach you how inflation eats your savings. The banks are the ones that get bailouts, and you get told to budget, all right? You don't get rich by saving your $6 cup of coffee each day, all right, as all of you know. And I thought, fuck this, I'm not playing this game, right? And that's when I found crypto. I went all in at 17. That was 9 years ago. I quit school, sold my business, took everything I had into Bitcoin and crypto. I was buying Ethereum at $80. I was buying Bitcoin in the low thousands. This was me buying 90 ETH a number of years ago. Vitalik actually came to Sydney, which is really cool. And everyone thought I was insane, all right? A little kid in Tassie just going all in on crypto. And I got in early, but I didn't have a sell strategy. I made a heap of money, but I had no guidance and no plan, and it was all money on paper, all right? And that's where I round-tripped the entire thing, all right? And I know a lot of you have probably been in the same boat. I lost $120,000 on a single trade, and it crushed me, all right? As a 21-year-old, I'd made millions of dollars on paper and then lost it all, and it changed me, and that's when I got serious, all right? That's where I teamed up with my now Director of Research, Matt, who you're going to speak very, very soon. And we started building this system based on a strategy and not shooting from the hip. We nailed the metaverse run. That's where I made a lot of my growth in crypto, sold a lot, and made life-changing amounts of money. Again, so many people online just fake this idea of making money. That's why I like to put screenshots and show you guys that the actual real deal. This is a screenshot from my bank account back in 2021. Real life-changing amounts of money, all right? And it wasn't based on luck. It was based on strategy. Crypto is moving at such a rapid pace, you cannot do it alone, all right? And I realized that because I needed an edge. There's winners and losers in crypto, all right? There's so many people that lose, 95% of people, because they listen to the same people online. And we started teaching this, and we started winning again and again. And once we proved it worked, we started sharing this online, and people followed, all right? Indigo was one of our first clients. She signed up and doubled her portfolio in the first few weeks. She's a busy mum, all right, over in the US. And we started sharing this more and more. I did a TEDx talk, all right, sharing some of these strategies and insights, and things grew rapidly. And that's when the results started to pile in. And that was the start of Collective Shift, which was 5 years ago. We've now got 20 people full-time that work at Collective Shift, which is wild. We hired research people, analysts, data people. I now spend $200,000 a month on my team, all right? $200,000 I spend on my team. In fact, in June, it was $237 to help me build my edge, all right, in crypto, which is absolutely wild. This is the team now, which is amazing. And essentially, at the end of the day, we're here to help ourselves invest because I'm all in on crypto. 100% of my portfolio is in crypto. And we make money through our investing, and then we share it back to our clients. And that's where we started to scale globally. We're now the biggest in Australia. We're now one of the biggest in the world. And we built that edge I wish I had when I first started, right? Not technical analysis, not just focusing on some guy on a screen, but on-chain data, fundamentals, and exit strategies. This stuff is world-class. People don't teach you this stuff online. All right, because we hire the best in the world, and we bring in investors that have already made money to now come and help others make money, all right? Not just people that can speak on camera. So we built the team, the process, the system, no guessing, no hype, just what works. And I'm on a mission to build the most trusted and transparent crypto company in the world with no hidden shields, no fake influencers, just legit trust and transparency. All of our tokens from our entire team are listed on our disclosures policy, so you know everything we do, all of our investments, all aligned with our clients, all right? And we focus on results. The way our business works is if our clients make money, we make money, all right? If we're good at what we do, our clients win, and then we both win. And that's the difference between everyone else. I turn down hundreds of thousands of dollars from exchanges and people wanting to promote their stuff to our clients. We've never done it because we want you to know this is a win-win, and that's genuine. And that's why today's free to see why we are the best in the world at what we do. And then you can decide on your own if you want to come and join us on our next journey in our Platinum program, which we'll share at the end. Again, literally, my mum and dad still rent. I'm so grateful to become a multimillionaire since 24. I'm currently buying my mum and dad a house, which has been my dream. I'm so excited to be able to do that. I love helping our team, our clients, my family. That's the best thing about wealth. I get to travel the world. This literally yesterday, we flew in from Brisbane. I took some of my team down with me from Brisbane and my girlfriend. And it was insane, all right? These sorts of experiences I would never have imagined a few years ago, all through what we do here at Collective Shift. I get to host events like this around the world with literally thousands of people. I help others make money in crypto. I've been nominated and won a lot of community awards in crypto because we do it the right way, all right? And if you've known us for a long time, you know that. And at the end of the day, I absolutely love doing it. I love helping people win and showing them that all the stuff that you're watching online on YouTube is 90% of it is just garbage, all right? And today you're going to see why. And honestly, I'm just competitive. So if you end up joining up, I have a personal mission to make sure you win because I hate losing, and all my team will probably back me up on that. And at the end of the day, if I can do this from starting a bunk bed with my brother literally just a few years ago in Tassie, you can too, all right? So today, there's two types of people, all right, that we're going to be delivering to. And there's 600 live today, which is absolutely insane. Welcome, everyone. G'day, David, Hank, Nadu, Brooke, Matthew. Fantastic. 600 live, which is insane. There's two types of people I'm going to deliver today. Number one, all right, if you're $0 to $100,000 in your crypto portfolio, you're one of the up-and-coming investors. We want to take care of you with that education because we want to try and get you up and running as fast as possible, all right? Today is primarily for the high net worth, so above 100,000. If you're below $100,000 in crypto, we're going to give you a lot of free information to get you up to speed, all right? The other person is if you have between $100,000 and 10 million in crypto, or you're looking to invest that into crypto, these are our high net worth investors, all right? These are our money makers. This is today designed for you to help you start crushing, all right? Today, our team and I are going to help you share, the team and I are going to share how to grow your portfolio, get towards financial and time freedom, because as you'll probably start to realize as you make that money, you need to get the time back. And as you're managing hundreds of thousands of dollars in crypto, time is of the essence, because I know a lot of you don't have it, so important, and how to get hours back in your day. No matter what portfolio size you're in today, all right, we're going to show you so many amazing things, and I want all of you to stay at the end because we're going to show you something really amazing, super exclusive for all of you today that's live, and the 620 of you that are here live today, which is absolutely epic. So stay to the end. There's 3 hours of awesome content. We've got some awesome exclusive offers for you at the end. All right. Now, we surveyed so many of you coming in, and we understand these are the challenges that all of you have. You're time poor. You run a business. You're career-driven. You have a family. You can't keep up. You don't have a clear exit strategy. You don't know what to buy. You don't know when to sell. You're overwhelmed by advice. You're scared of making the wrong move. You need a clearer plan. You don't know what to buy, what projects, where to sell. If any of this is you, all right, and I'm seeing some comments coming through, definitely. Yep, fantastic. So many of you don't have the time, the confidence. You round trip last cycle. Maybe you're scared of round tripping this cycle. You don't even know what to sell. You have all these altcoins. You don't know what's doing what anymore. Maybe you missed the last time. You missed the bull market, and you're scared of doing it again, all right? And at the end of the day, so many of you don't even have an exit strategy. If any of that sounds like you, you're in the right place. Maybe just hit me up in the chat if any of that sounds like you guys. Did any of that resonate? That certainly resonated for me when I started. That's what we're going to try and help all of you fix today. Hank, you attended my webinar recently. Awesome, mate. Hello, Sharif. Does any of this resonate? Let me know in the chat. Wow, already 600 in here, which is absolutely fantastic. So here's what we're going to cover. Yeah, Dean, 100%. Anna resonated with you. Fantastic. Matthew, definitely. Brooke, Christopher. Yeah, awesome. Want to stop round tripping. Glorious Jackson is the chat live. Yes, mate, that's your name. Okay, here's what we're going to cover in our short time today. Where is the top and are you too late? This is the first session Matt and Simon, our research team, are going to come and cover. Are you too late? Is the top in? Where will the top be? All right, we're going to do that straight off the bat. We're going to walk through a proven step-by-step portfolio strategy to help you grow your portfolio as a busy investor. We're going to help you build your own exit plan and sell plan to take profits at the right time, all right? The investor operating system. Travis, a performance coach, is going to come and teach you about investor mindset for a bull market. And then how to apply it to your portfolio today. I'm going to help you apply all of these things. I'm going to come back at the end and tie it all together to help you crush it, all right? But for now, I've got one question. Would all of you like to see exactly how more than 1,000 clients make money? Exit strategy is the key. I missed the last cycle top. Yes, absolutely, 100%, 100%, 100%. Yes, exit strategy. Okay, amazing, good. Because that's what we're going to share with you today, all right? And that's why I'm so pumped to share all of this information that our team's about to come on. So I want to start with a quick Q&A. So if you can let me know in the chat. 639 live, amazing. First question. How many of you have held a coin way too long this cycle? How many of you have held an altcoin that is, let's say, underperforming Bitcoin? Give me a yes in the chat. Yes, absolutely. Jim, yep. How many of you are holding altcoins? Matt, yes, yes. Michelle, yes, yes, yes. Okay, cool. Yes. Tia, awesome. Roni, okay. Who's felt unsure, all right, whether to take profits or who's afraid of missing the top? Ned, yes. Sandy went through the winter. Yes. Great, this is good. Trevor, 100%, amazing. Joanne, no coins yet, totally new. That's all right. Today we're going to share with you how to get in. You're ahead of everyone else by not having to go through the mistakes everyone else does. Who's ever made money in crypto and then round-tripped it all back down? I have. My first cycle 9 years ago. It's a sickening feeling. David, yes. Emma, yes. Ben, 100%. Took profits too soon. Glorious Jackson, that's what we're going to cover, mate. Jeez, you're up and about. Ivan, yes, yep, amazing. Cool. And do you feel like you don't have time to stay on top of crypto with everything else going on? We're up to 20 employees now, spent $200,000 on my team, and we still are hiring for analysts trying to cover the markets. Who's time poor? David, you're fine. James, yep, a little. Some of you have a lot of time, some of you don't. That's absolutely fine. But we know a lot of you with this markets, at the speed that it's going, whole new level. And what do you think the biggest factor is in crypto success? All right, if you had to decide between the person or the process, if you think about the successful people that invest in crypto, do you think it's the person or the process? What do you think? Let me know in the chat. Just type personal process. Out of all the people you know that made money in crypto, David, process. Process, Sarah. Brett, process. Tia, process, both. Process, Anna, both. Yep. Process, bit of both. Yep. I'm going to share why the process is the difference in winning and losing crypto. Because I've seen it. I've literally spoken to thousands of people. And I'm no one special. I figured it out on my own. And now we literally created this process to help others follow the same. All right? And that's been the growth of our business, is sharing this process to others. All right? And if any of this aligns with any of you today, then you're absolutely in the right place. And I'm so excited to share with you. All right? But this is what I need from you today. We have 2 free resources we're going to share with all of you today in the chat. Now, some of you that joined our sessions before, you would have seen the 7-step crypto strategy. I'm going to get the team to share this. The Altcoin Mastery Blueprint. This is a complete new resource we're going to share with you at the end. All right? Hopefully the team hasn't shared that too soon. This is a brand new resource that we put together that we've had for our members that we're sharing with all of you today. And the Altcoin Mastery Blueprint is a 3-part checklist from technicals, sentiment, and fundamentals on what to look out for when investing in the space. All right? And this is something that our members pay thousands of dollars for. It's one of our resources. We're going to share all of that as a PDF for you at the end. And the 7-step strategy process is the process that we take all of our clients through. All right? All of you today just for showing up. So thank you for being here. It's going to be a wild ride these next hour or so. I don't want you to be the person when I see you up at the next crypto conference or meet you in the street saying you've round-tripped again. All right? You've done all the hard work by being here today. All the things I'm about to give you is literally going to fast-track you. If I see you and you say you're round-trip, I'm going to be super disappointed. All right? Genuinely visualize yourself winning this bull market with the goals you've had, the money you want to make, the things you want to do. Like, literally visualize that. I was speaking to a client this morning, all right, about how he wants to pay off his mortgage, but he's scared of selling too soon and not taking the rest of the cycle. Well, that's probably the worst way to think about it. Crypto is a vehicle to help you achieve the things in life, all right? The worst thing to do is round-tripping and not achieving anything at all. So visualize what you want out of the bull market and make sure you win, all right? We have a deal. Jason, round-tripping is when you basically make a bunch of money on paper and you take it all the way down again because you don't sell. That's what 99% of people do, unfortunately, in their first cycle. Is that a deal? Cool. Amazing. So, before I get into the content, all right, before we bring on our guest speakers, we're about to bring on Matt and Simon, our 2 analysts, I want to talk about results, all right? Because over the years, Collective Shift has literally helped thousands of people transform their financial situations through crypto, through the process we're about to teach you all. All right, Matt, our director of research, literally called the bottom of the Bitcoin cycle within a day for our clients at 16,000, all right, in the bottom of the cycle in 2022. We called Solana at $22 for our clients, all right? We share the right insights from a risk to reward perspective so you can follow along. All right, Syrup has been one of my biggest winners. I literally put this out for free and it was up 1,000%, all right, across my Instagram, YouTube. This was something I put out literally for free and people made 10x. Panda was another one that Matt, our director of research, put out, up 2,500%. A MemeFi project that I recently took profits on, up 1,000%. All right, and we don't do like altcoin picks and just throw a bunch of stuff and hopefully one is actually a winner. You know, we are very selective on what we put out. All right? Because we are investors ourselves. At the end of the day, we are investing ourselves and share that back to you. And I could literally live passively off crypto if I wanted to. All right? The other day, I took out 70 grand. I was moving house. The investments I make in crypto could fuel my lifestyle. But we do this because we want to help other people win. And if they win, we can buy more crypto. All right? And that's the win-win business. And I genuinely love helping people win because most people come to us after they've already stuffed it up. They've already round-tripped. They've signed up to some other shitty group. They try and become a trader. They realize everyone's just full of shit. And then they come to us and we help them. And that's what I love. All right? I love you seeing that we can actually genuinely help that have been burnt, because I was burnt too when I first started in crypto all those years ago. We now get paid by some of the biggest crypto companies in the world. Coinbase is a client of ours. CoinSpot are a client of ours. SwiftX are a client of ours. We are one of the world's leading crypto research companies. We're the biggest here in Australia. And now we also work with some of the biggest exchanges, which is absolutely wild. And we get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for our research through these exchanges, which you're all about to learn in a second. All right? And this is just a sample of just some of the results we see each and every week. This is from my free content. All right? 50K in a week, 110K. Up 120,000 in profit. That was actually one of our clients. One of our new members up 45,000 in 2 weeks. All right? This just happens over and over and over again. And these aren't whales. These are everyday busy people that have a life, a career, a family. And you're going to see a lot of their stories here today and also learn the process that they're using. All right? And the information that you're all getting for free today, I charged recently a university nearly $4,000 an hour to teach there. We get paid tens of thousands of dollars to speak on podcasts. It's a screenshot from our profit and loss. Tens of thousands of dollars just to show up on different events, all right? But at the end of the day, our clients is who I care most about, all right? And I share a lot about for free, but the most, 98% of the content and the insights and the coaching, the one-on-ones and all the work we do is with our clients, and our clients pay us $15,000 to work with us directly, all right? A lot of them are now on their second year, right? So they're now into $30,000 they're working with us because they see the results that they work with us based on their portfolio, all right? And the process that we teach is brilliant. And this is what happened when these people followed. Chris, who I worked with recently, literally paid off his house by selling Bitcoin in November, and he's living debt-free. A busy dad, all right? He's got kids. He was in between jobs, all right? And he didn't want to go back to another job. Paid off his house. Kieran, another busy guy flying around. He's got a family. Busy dad. He works in tech. He was up 2.5x from working with us after investing at the absolute wrong time. Peter talks about how we're a perfect service for any investor that wants hands-on, specific, tailored advice to help their cryptocurrency journey. All right. Peter's a doctor. He lives in Melbourne. Jane's been with us for 3 bull markets now and made life-changing amounts of money every single cycle. He's a busy guy. All right. He's a working professional, and he talks about how every bull market he's bagged profits. Jason was down 80% and worked with us and up 2.5x. All right. And obviously, not all the results are like these. I'm not showing the crazy ones either. There's even crazier stories, but I'm trying to give you some of the case studies where we've genuinely helped busy people fast track their gains, all from the conversations and process we're about to share with you. All right, you guys keen to see this? Amazing. Everything's going to be covered today. So here's my goal, to take you from trying and being overwhelmed, all right, to now I exactly know what to do, because I know a lot of you are overwhelmed. You're here for a reason. Take you from confused, second-guessing every decision, not having a sell strategy, tired of making the same mistakes and wondering if you're too late, to having a crystal clear portfolio strategy, a sell plan, confidence in your process, early in the right narratives, and actually locking in gains, because the bull market only has a limited time, right? And all of that, we're going to show you exactly how to do it with the same systems that we use for ourselves and also our clients, all right? And it's up to date based on where the market is today, which the boys are about to share with you in a second. All right, we're going to talk through the step-by-step blueprint on how to take your multi-6-figure and 7-figure portfolio to the next level. All right? And we're going to cover all of it today. I'm so excited, honestly. There's so much cool stuff. So many bonuses coming. So much cool stuff. All right? But I want to ask you guys, if all this information, there's so much information out there in crypto, if there's all this information out there and you guys have seen it, YouTubers, Twitter, all sorts of stuff, if there's literally an unlimited amount of information out there, why do so few people win? How is this any different? Well, because information isn't enough, all right? You can't scroll Twitter, scroll YouTube, you can binge research, but without a strategy or a process, it all collapses. Trying to follow different people online telling you different things, you can't build a house without a plan, all right? And it's going to fall down. Same thing with me. When I first started, I had no plan to round trip the entire thing. But once I built out that foundation, that's what made the difference. And that's where everyone falls down. No strategy, no process, buying random altcoins from random influencers, trying to do it alone with limited information and a lot of wealth at stake. And the truth is, and you guys answered this all correctly, you were bang on. It is not about the person, it's about the process. Okay, I literally told my mum this. She's made a bunch of money in crypto. All right? The person is not the variable. follow the right process and get the right results. And that's what we're going to teach you today. All right? But if you don't have, if I can give you the what and you don't have the how, and you don't have the why, that is what you need. All right? So why are you here today? Right? There's 700 of you here. Why are you here today? Like, you don't just show up at 1:30 on a Tuesday without a reason, all right? And I'm hoping these reasons are right, because this is what we're going to try and cover today. Is it to try and retire early, provide for your family, renovate your house, pay off the mortgage, finally win back the losses and prove to yourself you can actually do it, right? Get back some time and confidence, follow a strategy you can trust. Whatever your reason is today is going to try and make it real for all of you, all right? So what to expect? We're going to move super fast. We're covering a lot. It might feel overwhelming, all right? This is an intro to get you, really pumped up, because every seven-figure journey starts with a single step, and you're all here today. And that's hopefully, if it's your first masterclass with us, or your third, or your fifth, all right, you're going to get results today. Because what we don't do at Collective Shift, all right, and a lot of you know this, is you're not going to walk away with some secret altcoin that 100x's overnight. If any of this is you, you literally leave now. We don't promise returns. There's no false promises. It's just strategy, all right? If you're here to try and change your life overnight, it's not reality. So today's speakers, we brought in my experts at Collective Shift. We've brought some amazing people. Let's meet them. So Matt, our Director of Research, he's going to come over in a second. He leads our full-time team. All right, he's going to help you talk about where the top is with Simon, our Senior Research Analyst, who's flown in from Adelaide today. So excited for their talk. They're also going to be talking about sales strategy, which is amazing. Travis, our Head of Growth at Collective Shift, is talking about the investor operating system. He's talking about how to actually manage the bull market and take the most out of it. And none of this content matters unless you put all these beliefs away about influencers telling you the wrong thing, all right? I want you to have an open mind and learn about how this process is going to change the game, all right? So I want all of you to know this opportunity, this next 2 hours essentially, all right? You've seen the results. The process is the thing, all right? These people don't have more time. They didn't get it earlier than you. These are every regular day people, all right? And maybe with the right system and the right guidance, we can bring in that for all of you today, all right? That's our goal. Because this success, again, isn't about the person. It's about the process. Because I've literally seen it. From young, old, beginner, intermediate, no matter what walks of life, we're going to try and help you, all right? It doesn't matter about your background or your knowledge. It's about having the right process and actually following it, all right? You need every part, the strategy, the framework, the planning, and we're going to give it all to you today, all right? And remember, this is for free. How we make money is we have a membership. We're going to share that to you at the end. This is how we win, all right? If you win and you can learn and you can make money, that's how we win, all right? To be completely transparent. If you don't want the membership, if it's not a good fit for you, that's absolutely okay. You're going to take so much away, all right? And that's our mission today. The time is now, guys. The bull market's nearly over. I'm going to bring up Matt and Simon. If you're ready to go, make sure you implement this seven-step strategy process and don't be the person I see at the end, all right? Let's go. We've already covered a lot of this. Matt and Simon, do you guys want to come up? We'll get you guys started. We're going to talk about the first session today, which is going to be about where is the top. Matt and Simon have flown in. If you guys have any questions too in the chat, make sure you reach out. We've got the member growth team in the chat. David, Reese, San, and Alice. They're all in the Q&A section in the chat. We're going to do some Q&A at the end as well. But let's get started. Matt and Simon, welcome, boys. Hopefully the market had a bit of a correction overnight, so you guys have been hard at work at the contents. I want to hand over to you.
We sure have.
And,
thanks, Benny.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of you in the chat. It's great to see so many faces. Of course, we'll have some time for Q&A at the end of this afternoon or tonight's session, wherever you're tuning in around the world. So get those questions in, anything to do with what me and Simon are going to be talking about. In terms of introductions, myself, I'm Director of Research. My name's Matt. I look after the analysts here at Collective Shift. So I've been living and breathing crypto for a number of years now. Going back, it's coming up for about 8 years since we've been in the space, Simon. And yeah, so I've seen a lot of ups and downs and have taught hundreds, thousands of members over the years with Ben how to get the most out of a given market cycle as a crypto investor. Simon here, senior analyst and head of education. Similarly, been in the trenches along the journey over the course of multiple market cycles in crypto.
Yeah, and being in the market for multiple cycles definitely gives us a good perspective on where we are and where we're at and how the cycle's going. So I think we're definitely going to give you some great insights into where we think the market's at and what's coming up in the future for us as well.
All right, you got the clicker there, Simon. We'll get underway. What are we going to talk about in today's session? First things first, you'll be seeing us twice. So after Travis, who will be coming up after us, we'll be coming up after that with our second session. But the first one, to kick things off, will be our market outlook and insights into some particular altcoins. So as living and breathing crypto, one of the most common questions we're getting from whether it's our platinum members or our general members or even people I'm speaking to on the street about crypto, they're all asking me how much longer is left in this particular bull market, and how high can prices potentially go. So that's been a big focus of ours throughout this entire bull market as an analyst team. And of course, we're looking at that day in, day out. So happy to get into that. The first question people are asking, of course.
Yes, let's get into it now that my clicker seems to be working. So where is the cycle top? As Matt was saying, it's probably the most asked question. So we're going to give you some insights into that. And I think the best way to really go to it so far is to give you a bit of a visual to say where we are in the cycle. And so when we're looking at the charts here, guys, can you flick it over there for us, please, guys? We are basically looking at the charts here, and what we're seeing here is the three different kind of cycles we've had. So the one on the left is 2017, in the middle, 2021, and on the right is where we are now. And this is giving you a bit of a more realistic insight into where we actually are in the markets right now, guys, because 2017, we can see where we are. We had huge upside potential there. So we were very much so in an earlier market phase there where we had so much, a smaller amount of money could move the market so much more. 2021, again, middle way through the cycle, not as much return because we're nearing to the end of the cycle. And I think the graph is showing it pretty well here that we are now in 2025. We are close to the end of the cycle and the upside's not quite as there. So a bit of realism in the space is simply that we are getting closer to the end of the cycle here, but the returns are not quite as high. And people have been talking about diminishing returns in the crypto market. And then we're definitely seeing that in the charts and the fact that Bitcoin just can't get you those huge returns that people have had in the past. But there is still plenty of upside to go in here. And so I think the key takeaway I want you to get from this is, guys, is that we don't think the cycle top is in. We'll go into that a bit more of why we think that. We still think there's plenty of time in the market to make some money here. There's plenty of time to still see prices go up, but managing expectations, we're not going to have some crazy blow-off tops like we've had in previous cycles. There's just simply not as much money in the space, and Bitcoin especially has gotten too big to go that far that quickly. So I think basically where we are is there's more to go, but we are closer to the end than the start, guys. A very important thing to be aware of.
Yeah, for sure. So first question we get, or where my mind goes when people ask, how long is left in this particular cycle, in crypto, a very new market. However, you still see people wanting to lean back and rely on past market data. Yes, that's good in principle. I'm always a bit hesitant to go fully locked into using and leveraging past market cycles to inform your decision making. However, let's kick things off. If someone was to say how long's left in this cycle, straight away my mind goes to how long have the past two bull markets and market cycles lasted. We might just pull back even and say, what is a market cycle? Even I've been in crypto 8 years now, and still there are many competing definitions of what is in particular in crypto a market cycle. And even more so, you see the word 4-year cycle or the term 4-year cycle thrown around a lot. And in crypto, still to this day, there are competing definitions. But looking up on the chart here, we can see that the last two cycles, on average, at least from the bottom of the previous cycle up until the record high for Bitcoin, on the graph we can see they lasted around 1,050 days or so. The most recent market cycle lasted 1,058 days. Prior to that, 1,067. So, okay, where does this put us in the context of this particular market cycle? Going back to the all-time or the cycle lows in November 2022, not long after FTX collapsed. Since then, it's been slightly over 1,000 days. So going back, based off those, if you were to base your investment decision off of that in particular, you would say, okay, we're getting pretty close to selling. The next slide here is putting things in perspective of the halving cycle. So as we know, Bitcoin inherently in its code base is programmed to roughly halve in its supply issuance every 50 every like 4 years or so. So how much Bitcoin is being mined every day is that rate halves roughly every 4 years. So some people refer to that as the 4-year cycle. Again, all getting into semantics here, but if people are basing their investment decision making for Bitcoin based off of a chart like this, history would suggest in isolation that we're creeping up towards, 525 days being the time between the halving and the all-time high in 2016 to 2020. The most recent bull market was, 2 days longer than that. And if we were to, again, arrive at today in August 2025, where are we? We're about 492 days since the halving. So again, when people talk about trying to time the cycles in crypto, historically, they've talked about the halvings, they've talked about, cycle low to cycle high based off of a sample size of what, 2, Simon? It's very fraught with danger. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that. So we'll get into probably addressing the next question. Okay, if we're not going to rely on this, Simon, what are we really basing our whole outlook on then?
Yeah, definitely. So I think when we're talking about cycles now, we're also got to talk about, well, Bitcoin has gotten so big that it's not independent from the whole global macro kind of conditions. And so that's very much so something that a lot of people are focusing and talking about now, is that Bitcoin's 4-year cycle is not necessarily still alive and going. It's definitely just following what the global macro trend is. And I think both of us tend to agree that is probably a lot of truth to that. And I think that is a big instigator of why we think there's a lot of, future growth in the space still, because the crypto kind of catalyst, a lot of it's behind us, but there's still actually a lot of macro conditions that are going to push us forward. And I think, Matt, you've got to show us here a bit of your inside, our platform itself and some of the research that we're actually showing. And so right now on Matt's screen there, he's going to be showing us our platform, and this is a bit of behind the curtain scene of actually what's going on in the space and what we actually perform as far as our platform's concerned and what you can see. Matt, you want to just give us a run through there of what you're actually written to our members and what they actually get to hear and learn from us?
Yeah, so up on your screen there, you can see a member post that we did last week. I might just be able to refresh it here. Let's get a bit of support, but really we were seeing just there. A lot of demand. People were sort of seeing with the Bitcoin all-time highs last week and ETH ripping up to it did touch about 4,800, 4,900 US dollars. People were asking, all right, how much left in this cycle? So I thought this is something that as a team we're looking at day in, day out anyway. So I thought, all right, I'll put my mind together and really think of some arguments about addressing how much longer we can go on. The first thing I sort of went through was crypto-specific catalysts. This bull market, the narrative has been always something to look forward to. Bitcoin ETF happening January 2023 for around 9 to 10 years, multiple failures, rejections of ETF applications. Finally, we got that watershed moment coming at the start of last year. That had been something that the market was looking forward to for a while, arguably was the catalyst for the bull market. Next, throughout 2024, we saw a lot of the lead up to the election, Donald Trump leading the polls and then eventually won the election, and the market got really excited. There was this narrative around the previously hostile administration all of a sudden becoming very pro-crypto with the new Trump administration. So the market had always had that to look forward to. Here we are in the middle of 2025, and as much as we are big fans of crypto day to day, if we are to be intellectually honest with ourselves, we're struggling to see any major catalysts coming up in terms of crypto. Inherently, that does sound a bit doom and gloom. I've also talked about the cycles just in the past few minutes. That inherently would suggest, hey, we're fast approaching the cycle top. The good news, and the reason why I'm personally still have not sold any of my holdings so far this bull market, and why I'm still confidently holding even through this recent retracement, is the fact that crypto is now very much part of the macro picture. It had always been that in terms of crypto being correlated somewhat with global markets, But now I think that correlation and the case for it strengthening even from here is very, very strong. So really the question I've started to ask myself, if I'm talking about how long is left in this crypto bull market, I'm really asking the exact same question as what's the outlook for macro?
Yeah.
So those two have never really been, you've always had a bit of sort of some variables thrown like with catalysts such as the Bitcoin ETFs or crypto presidency. But now it's really stripping it all back. Macro has become crypto and vice versa. So what's our outlook for macro? Thankfully, a lot of you out there will be pleased to know, at least in my opinion, that the macro outlook is looking very favorable for risk assets such as crypto. So it is the reason, my bullish outlook for macro essentially, is the reason why I'm continuing to hold and expecting crypto prices to really continue to climb higher throughout the rest of this year, potentially even into 2026. So there are many reasons that we talk about on Collective Shift, on the member platform, through our live streams or various other member content, such as what you're looking on your screen here at the moment. But really, it is global liquidity conditions looking primed to continue improving. What does that mean? Just more money, swirling around in the global economy, available to go into risk assets such as stocks or crypto. Why do we think global liquidity conditions will continue to improve? The outlook for monetary policy around the world, different central banks, particularly in the US, are likely to keep cutting throughout the rest of this year into next year as well. There are some other reasons you can see on your screen there in terms of the Fed expected to end their quantitative tightening program that they've been running for many years, which has sort of a negative impact on global liquidity. So that will be a bit more symbolic when they do wrap that up. It's been coming for a long time. But again, all of this to say, the outlook for the rest of this year into next year, and there are some other reasons too, is why I still am strongly expecting crypto to keep doing really well for over the months ahead. Was there anything else there, Simon, that I did miss?
No, I think just to re-hit those points there is that the reason we think the market's still got plenty in it is not because there's any crypto catalysts anymore, but it's because just the global financial system has plenty of catalysts upcoming to ease monetary restrictions, which means money tends to flow into risk assets, which means crypto tends to go up. So that's our main reason, and that's our main focus as well, I guess, going into the future for the next 3, 6, 12 months is following that, because I think that is very much so going to give us a really clear indication of when we might be getting towards a cycle top. And later on as well, when we talk about sell strategies, we'll talk about the likelihood of actually nailing that cycle top as well.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screen here, the next tab I will bring up is a post that was just yesterday. Actually, you can see on your screen by Checkmate, one of the world's leading on-chain analysts. So in the crypto space, in particular with Bitcoin, you can interpret a lot of the on-chain data being publicly accessible. You can use a lot of different modeling and applying a few different indicators to sort of analyze and see different behaviors in holders. So Bitcoin, you can see how long Bitcoin investors have been holding onto their Bitcoin. When are they most likely to sell? Going off past market cycles and various other metrics that he's a specialist and really does provide Collective Shift members with multiple posts per week in terms of how he's seeing from the on-chain side of things, if that is giving him some really strong signals that the cycle is likely coming to an end. Thankfully, from everything Checkmate continues to publish, a lot of what he's seeing is sure, things have been heating up in terms of the on-chain metrics and their traditional sort of cycle top indicators. A lot of what he's seeing, they're heating up, but by no means are they anything that's really giving him a lot of concern or any reason to really start to believe that this cycle is fast coming to an end. So again, he provides a lot of charts, a lot of visualizations. This one and yesterday, he did focus more so on the seasonality in terms of, as I said earlier, Bitcoin becoming a lot more correlated with global markets. Globally, in this environment, August, September, volumes around the world tend to be a lot lower than other months. And being with crypto now being so much more correlated with global markets, we've also seen a drop-off in crypto volumes and also a bit more volatility really softening as well. So again, this is an example of a post that Checkmate does every week, 2 of them, 4 members. So the on-chain side of things, we're always keeping an eye on, not just the macro economy and not just these fundamental metrics.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now the next slide we're going to show you there, or the next picture we're going to show you there from our platform, I guess, is how we that's a lot of information that we tend to put out there. It's a lot of information that me and Matt consume, but try and condense it into an easy to consume pathway for you guys. And this is the shift list, which is Matt's pulled up there. This is basically our snapshot of where we are in the market and what coins we're interested in, and we basically give them ratings. And so this is based off a lot of risk conditions, a lot of reward conditions, and we basically have a dynamic calculation that goes on behind the scenes to give us our current ratings on a lot of the projects that we're actually following and interested in. And even we show some projects that we're bearish and that we're not actually thinking are good investments at this point in time. And so I think this is a really good way to, I guess, to see in a snapshot where we think the market is, what we think is worthwhile looking at. But it doesn't stop there. I guess, if you want to get some more information, you can go into these assets themselves. Matt, if you perhaps want to click into one, it doesn't really matter which one, Solana. And so this is, again, behind the scenes of what actually goes on our platform. You can see here we go into a lot of in-depth research that's going on, and this is giving us exactly why we think we're bullish on this particular crypto, why we're bearish on it. We don't just, give the bullish sides. We try to give an even take on it. And so that's giving you our up-to-date analysis of where it's at. And so I think this is a really powerful tool and something that our members really love to go to for a quick snapshot of where we think things are in the market. And again, just to reiterate, like that rating system at the start, that's dynamic. So that's giving you an up-to-date vision of what ratings we're seeing straight away. So you can go to that when you know that's up to date. So I think it's a really powerful tool to really give you guys all that knowledge that we put together into a nice, concise way as you consume it and feel where we are in the market as well.
Yeah, that's come a long way. And what I love in particular about this is it concentrates on just this cycle. As we know, everyone is a fan of crypto, sure. People, like it in the short term. There's people who are confident on it over multiple years, even decades. But for the vast majority of people, a lot of people are out there to make as much money as possible. That's their attempt within a given cycle. So sure, we can give our opinion on XRP or Ethereum over a 5-year or 10-year horizon. But for all intents and purposes, for the sake of this particular product, it's not really that relevant. It's not really where we spend a lot of our time. We're much more focused on analyzing a given cryptocurrency and applying a rating to it within the context of between now, today, and the end of this bull market to really help members understand where we're seeing a given project in the context of this bull market in particular. So that's where this shift list really, stands out in my opinion, and something we continue to obviously update, day in, day out in terms of monitoring the particular assets. In terms of altcoins, and we might get back to our slides now. This bull market, when we got in, Simon, very retail heavy focused, a very retail heavy market back in the day, 2017, 2018, ICO era. We saw NFTs really come about and DeFi, the proliferation of DeFi happening in 2020. And then, of course, throughout the pandemic, a lot of easy money floating around. And even then, a very retail heavy market it was back in 2021. All the while, in this bull market, there are very much similarities. One of the biggest points of difference is the arrival of institutional investors en masse, and that has had the impact of altcoins compared to the likes of Bitcoin, really struggling and really lacking a marginal buyer. So who out there, in the broader public or even in institutional side of things, who out there is really demanding altcoins over something like Bitcoin? And if we go to the next slide, you can see that they just have not performed anything like they have in the past so far. We can see going back to November 2021, we got to nearly $500 billion in terms of the collective altcoin market cap. So others, for those unaware, really just tracks it's a proxy for the altcoin market. So it just takes the overall cryptocurrency market valuation and it deducts the top 10 cryptocurrencies. So we can see nearly $500 billion back in the mania then. And even at the end of last year, we saw that get to around $450 billion. And we are still here in August 2025, down around 40% from those all-time highs. So again, it's been very difficult for the typical traditional altcoin investor who maybe doesn't have any Bitcoin or any ETH. They've really had a hard time in this particular cycle to date. Something that I am proud of as a team at Collective Shift, despite those difficult circumstances, we've done quite well on identifying projects throughout these difficult times. Syrup being one that's done particularly well, going up about 4x or so since the lows that we had in late March, but also the likes of Hyperliquid and Sui doing very well in the altcoin space so far in this cycle. Of course, we do cover these in things like the shift list. Going back to our screen here, you can see an example of a post by Ben where, sure, he sort of said when he was getting into a project like Maple, like the Syrup token, MPL as it was back then, but here's a post example from him sort of going on the other side of that. So you'll see YouTubers, TikTokers out there always saying what they're buying. You never really hear the other side of it. Something at Collective Shift that we do quite uniquely is sort of capping off personally what we're investing in, knowing that we can't give direct advice, but we are, of course, happy to share our own experience and our own sort of reasoning behind the decisions that we're making. And Syrup was one in what has been a very difficult time for altcoins. Syrup has been one of the market darlings so far in this bull market.
Yeah, and I think what's made it so much more difficult with altcoins, I mean, if we go back to that previous slide where we show here that altcoin market cap hasn't gone up very much compared to previous cycles, and yet there must be 10,000 plus decentish projects, maybe not decentish, but there's so many more altcoins out there basically, and yet still the market cap isn't actually going back to all-time highs, which means there's so many more options, which makes it so much harder to actually find something that's going from just hype and speculation to actually a real product. And that's kind of what we're really trying to focus on at Collective Shift, is to making sure we're finding real products that are actually real investments rather than a lot of hype. And so I think that kind of gives us a good segue into, I guess, to some of the altcoins that we still do think has some potential going on. And these are real projects, which I think is the main thing that we want to highlight here. And so the first one here that we're talking about here is Sui, which is another layer 1 blockchain, similar to Ethereum. It's a smart contract blockchain. It is super fast, super cheap, I guess, which is what a lot of these competitive new layer 1s out there have to be. It's just the par for the course. But what they really have going for them is, I guess, they have a huge team that is, centralizingly building up everything from the ground up from blockchain, everything that's been learned before, and kind of starting afresh. I think they're kind of what narrative to a degree is that they want to bring everything that exists on web at the moment, on the internet at the moment, onto blockchain, and they're building the rails for that. And so Sui has got, the ex-team used to be from Facebook. So it's got a real dedicated team of professionals who know this space really well, who have been in it for multiple years now, building something out, and they've really kind of built a really amazing product out there. So we're super bullish on Sui because it is definitely the leading layer 1 out there at the moment for fast and cheap, but it's also got the market and the narrative and the trend. So it's definitely got the focus, but it's also got a lot of the data. And so we are a data-driven research company. So do we want to go back to our shared screen here and again give you a bit of an insight behind the scenes of what goes on at Collective Shift here. And so this is a post that I did from September last year, so nearly a year ago now is when I first did my first real big deep dive into Sui, and I was comparing it to Solana and a bunch of other layer 1s that were coming out at the time. And so again, this is some data-driven information about how we come to our conclusions. So I was comparing it with, I think is it Aptos and Solana and Berachain, some really interesting projects at the time, and trying to figure out what actually is the better option here, what is the real investment here. And so you can see here we're talking about some daily active addresses, so some data-driven information about what on-chain data is actually telling us about the project, as well as total value locked, which is the DeFi ecosystem on it, to try and really gauge, hey, who is the winner in the space, what's actually doing it? Because when you've got so many fast, cheap layer 1s out there, how do you split them apart? And so much it really comes down to a lot of the on-chain information. Who's using the blockchain? How many people are using the blockchain? How often are they using the blockchain? Those kind of big, really questions. And of course, then who's building things on that blockchain? So who's building these applications that make more users come onto it? So Sui was a really big one that we found back then. And scroll right down to the bottom as well, just to give some insights. Keep going all the way down to the bottom to the conclusions and how we play it. So this is me giving you a whole bunch of data, a whole bunch of research information, And then we kind of give, the risks involved, the sentiment involved, and finally at the end, it's like we're telling you how we're playing it. So I personally told our members there what I was doing. And at that time, I was basically buying SUI. I got bullish enough. It was about 90 cents at the time, saying, hey, after looking at all this data, I'm just telling you that I'm actually going to invest in this. And so that's kind of, what we provide at Collective Shift is that data-driven insight, that data-driven research, and then, hey, we'll actually let you know what you're doing. And, we didn't just stop there because, again, I think Matt's going to now show me, again, we followed this up and I did another article in February of this year when it became clear that SUI actually did win that battle. So I kind of reflected on that and say, hey, in September, I think I was right. SUI has actually won the battle. And so now let's go and have another deep dive. Let's have another look at it, see where it's on track. And again, it's a data-driven thing. So I sat there and went back to it and compared it with Solana at the time and its same evolution of its blockchain, where it was in its cycle of development, and kind of, again, seeing, well, where is SUI at, where could it go, and giving those kind of projections. And again, it's all that data-driven information to really give us some really strong insights into why SUI is the dominance that it is and why I think it will continue to be the dominant one. So I'm super bullish on SUI, and I think it's a really great cryptocurrency out there that I think has a really good future.
Yeah, sure is. And they are looking, I think, with their gaming unit, I think, coming out or has started to ship globally. I think a big conference coming up for SUI in Singapore relatively soon as well. Some things to look forward to down the pipeline. The next one, if we go back to the slides, it's been, as I said earlier, like a market darling of so far this cycle. And as we all often say at Collective Shift, respecting the momentum, because in crypto so many times, momentum within price action will continue. So many times people will rotate out of something that's just run, going into something that's been asleep or really hasn't done much, and they'll be disappointed months later once the thing they've rotated in has still done the exact same thing of being relatively flat. And often it's really because the fundamentals of that project aren't such or aren't anything to get excited about, to be honest. So Hyperliquid, yes, it has run up a lot so far this year, going back to when it did launch as a token in November, I believe it was last year. And so far, I continue to hold it because I'm very confident it can continue its momentum that it has built over recent months. Big reason for that, as you can see on your screen there on the dot point up the top, that is by far the most powerful of them. It's a project that actually generates revenue in crypto, and uniquely, it passes on the vast majority of those daily fees in the form of revenue. About $1 to $3 million worth of fees get used per day to buy back the Hype token off the open market. So that's a very unique sort of combination in crypto. So the combination of generating substantial revenue and sort of having an open market sort of mechanism that buys back the token. So that source of demand always there for a project like Hype, so long as you're getting the adoption, which they clearly are. They still have a number of upcoming catalysts over the coming quarters, which is, again, something we're focusing on in our continued coverage of Hyperliquid. As we go back to the screen here, again, an example of a post that we do for Collective Shift members. This time, it was Simon digging again into Hyperliquid around the time of those heavy retracements in the bull market. Maybe just speak about your takeaway here from Hyperliquid at a time when the market was tanking.
Yeah, people can remember April was, when there was a fair bit of peak fear in the marketplace. And so it was a case of, hey, again, let's have a deep dive on something that has been performing really well up until this previous correction in the market. Why did it have such a big run up, and did I think it could keep going up? So again, we wanted to look into that data-driven narrative of why we think Hyperliquid's got the potential to be going forward as a strong project. And I mean, Matt hit it right at the start there. It is making so much money, and so many projects in crypto don't have that product market fit and don't have that revenue coming in. Hyperliquid has that revenue coming in. It's found that product market fit. It's got a great niche, and so it is actually really succeeding in that. And the fact that it is going to continue to buy back the tokens with its revenue, that adds so much more value to the token itself. And so again, when we go into these deep dives of it, it's a case of, hey, why has it been successful? Why do we think it continues to be successful in the future? And we use that data-driven information to make those assumptions from it. So again, Hyperliquid has done really well from that April low there when we first reported on it then. And I think it will continue to do well. And as Matt said, what does well now will continue to do well in the future. So I think you need to follow that momentum. There's so many altcoins out there now that the concept of things sitting there and saying that, oh, my altcoin hasn't performed yet, or this altcoin hasn't had a run up yet, it's going to have its turn soon. I think that's a false pretense. There's so many coins out there. I think there's going to be plenty of coins that just don't perform. So I reckon you're better off following that momentum. If something's done a good run up so far, it's probably likely to continue to go up from here because it's already demonstrated that the market thinks it's more valuable than it should be. So why would something that hasn't run going to have that run up? I think follow the momentum, and Hyperliquid is definitely one to follow the momentum on.
Yeah, and in my market update last week, in updating members on my portfolio composition, just crypto portfolio, my largest altcoin holding that isn't any of the majors is Hyperliquid, and that's one I'm even comfortable sort of continuing to add to, even at today's prices. So sticking my neck out there. We'll see if I'm right in about a few months from now or a year from now.
I think you'll be right, mate. Don't worry about it. And I guess the last thing we want to show on the platform there is that we are aware of the multiple other areas of crypto, and I guess meme coins is a big one. And it's a big narrative that a lot of people are interested in. So it's something that we do focus on as well, and we do notice in crypto. So it's definitely a place where you can make money. It should be with a very small percentage of your portfolio because it is akin to gambling in so many ways. It's not really investing, but it is a very interesting space in the market to be in. And so we do reports on those. We do have information on different meme coins, and this is a post from June that I did on 2 meme coins that I was particularly interested in for the rest of the cycle. And again, when you're playing that game, that's great. Make sure it's a small percentage of your portfolio because these meme coins are risky, and so make sure you structure your portfolio. And I think Ben will probably talk about how to structure that portfolio a little bit better later as well to make sure you're not overexposed to these extremely risky plays.
Yeah, well said. And meme coins, in my opinion, you should only ever be in them if you are someone who's happy to take on extra risk. The only time to be in meme coins is in a bull market, of course, ideally towards maybe the second half of a bull market, which back to our overall point back when we started this presentation, how long is left in this cycle? Have we topped? I guess put it this way, I certainly am still holding meme coins, and that's a reflection of my opinion that this bull market will keep going for many months. Possibly, a few quarters. Of course, we're updating the data and taking it in as we come. I think it's a bit, doesn't make much sense, to be honest, and it's a disservice by our members to be putting some hard deadlines or hard dates on any particular cycle top prediction. But yeah, overall, I think if we do get Ben back up here, me and Simon will be back a bit later to talk about the other side of things with the sell strategy. And we'll have Travis coming up next. But how about that, Ben?
That was really good, boys. There was a lot of commentary around the data-backed decision making. I think that's where a lot of people probably just shoot from the hip and not even thinking about data. And to your point, so many coins in this space literally don't even have product market fit, nor they actually do anything.
Yeah. There's a lot of hype in the space, and a lot of just influencers just talking up and a lot of nonsense sometimes. So it's important to dig into the reasons why things are actually going to be valuable, because we're investors too. So we have to think of it. We're putting our money on the line as well here. So we need to think of it as what is a good investment, as what is just hype and somebody just talking smoke.
Boys, thank you so much. That was absolutely epic. There's so many great comments. Nearly 700-800 live, which is bananas. You guys are going to have a break, and then Matt and Simon are going to come back on and talk through the bulletproof exit strategy, which we're very excited about, boys. So thank you.
All right.
I'll take that. Thank you. So that was absolutely awesome. As always, for us at Collective Shift, it's not just looking at technical analysis and looking at sort of different lines on a screen. That can give you an indication of where the cycle's going or where we are in the market. But fundamentals, data, tokenomics, looking at what's happening on chain is the most important part to get into sectors early. And that's where we made most of our returns. Me personally as an investor, getting into some of these assets before others, you can't find early stage investments with technical analysis. All right. So on-chain analysis fundamentals, that's where we've really brought in like a world-class team to make sure we're getting in at these levels where these coins can really return. So hopefully you guys are loving it so far. We've honestly just getting started. We're about to bring up Travis, who is going to talk about the other side of the exit strategy. And this is where 90% of people get it wrong, okay? So if you're new to crypto, this is probably going to be brand new to you. If you've been in crypto and you've round tripped or you've seen a bull market before, this is going to make a lot of sense. So many people don't think about the mindset, all right? People don't understand what actually happens in a bull market. When I took life-changing amounts of money in the metaverse back in 2021, I was taking profits at 20, 30x multiples on that investment. It felt sickening, nauseating. Like it feels like you're doing the worst thing ever by taking profits because you think you're going to miss out. The market goes so fast, so quick at the back end of the cycle, and we want to prepare you from an investment perspective at the start, but also having your mindset and actually understanding how your psychology works. So Travis is our head of growth here at Collective Shift. We might bring him up. He's flown in all the way from Perth for today. He's an executive coach, performance coach, and you may have seen some of his stuff on other masterclasses talking about the investor operating system. And mate, this stuff is magic. This definitely helped me when I started because it's bananas what actually happens to your brain when you're making so much money.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
that's what we're in for. All about the behaviors.
Thanks, mate. Leave me to it.
Yeah, cool. We'll get into it. So I think starting off with being really clear on, in our experience working in the space, I'll cover off on some of the companies and executives and high net wealth individuals I've worked with. But really, there are two types of investors. There's the person who sits at home, tries to figure it out, taps into the right resources, ultimately makes some mistakes, gets it wrong from time to time, as we all do. And then there's people who lie about all those things. And that's the reality of investing, and what we found over time is that if you don't understand and are honest about where you're at and what you do and don't need, these things will get in the way. Now, my role as performance coach, I have a background in psychology, in business, and I've been working in this space as coaching people in both high net wealth, crypto, and in other financial spaces, spans nearly 2 decades now. And what I see constantly over and over again are these traps that I'm going to cover off on you, these 3 main traps that really play into how we invest and how we show up. And then I'm also going to give you some tactics. So I don't want to just give you a trap and say, good luck. That wouldn't be very kind. But these are all evidence-based principles coming out of psychology and business. And that is one of the critical advantages we bring to the crypto space in Collective Shift is we don't just think about, oh, here's the asset you want to think about, or this is the particular altcoin you want to look at. We also look at what's the psychology of investing in that particular asset class. And what is that going to do to you psychologically if you go in that space? If you have a certain level of risk tolerance and you haven't factored that in, well, that's part of the conversation I have with our members. Part of what I do with our high net wealths is I also have a coaching conversation. I'm available for those coaching conversations. And you'll be surprised at what can be done in a 15 to 20-minute session just to look at, well, I'm afraid of this, or I've got this concern, or even one person I spoke to recently, he's round-tripped 3 cycles of round-tripping. And you'd have to ask at what point is that just the pattern he's okay with, or at what point does that get broken? And we talked a lot about what his goals were in that, and one of the things he really wasn't clear on, one was his goals, but 2 was it was always just more. The goal was, I want more, I want to obtain more. And yeah, everyone wants more, but more isn't a strategy, more is a hope, and at some point more becomes less. And that round tripping, he had gone from, he wanted to pay off a home, owed about $600,000 on it, and had gotten up to 1.22 million in his net investment. He had an 100K he had initially gone on with, and went back to 0. And he thought, God, that was the opportunity to clear it out. So I'm going to give you some tactics to avoid that play into all of that. Now, just by a bit of background, I worked with a number of businesses and organizations. I've been working with Ben and the Collective Shift team for about 5.5 years now, so quite a while. We've been on a very large journey. I work a lot in the Entrepreneurs Organization, both globally, across Asia, APAC, and here in Australia. And I've worked a lot with very large ASX 100 companies, looking at how do people behave and how do they understand their own psychology and how they show up and make decisions. And that's what I want to pass on to you in my session this morning. Now, you might think, well, look, institutional investors have their act together. They don't face the same problems. They do. The psychology element is constantly at play at what we do as individuals, both as investors on our own and investors in larger institutional firms. Look at Yahoo, a classic case in poor investment. They went to acquire the broadcast.com, which was Mark Cuban's play. It's why Mark Cuban made a lot of his wealth. Great businessman. But in that process, they went to acquire because they wanted to get in on the next big thing. They wanted to understand the opportunity and get in. Unfortunately, they didn't have good checks and balances in place, and they didn't think about, why are we doing this? What decision am I making? And what's driving that decision? Rather than, I'm just going to make this decision because there's a lot of potential upside. Potential upside is always there. That's always part of the narrative. Anyone can sell you that. But what's the real balancing act around that is, why am I making this decision and how will I feel if I make this decision and it does or doesn't play out the way I want it to. And so what they did, unfortunately, was they paid an eye-watering, absolutely eye-watering, $10,000 per user. Per user. I could have gone out on the street and given you $1,000 and it would have been cheaper than acquiring that. There was no great technology. There was no underlying reason for that investment. And ultimately, this strategy faded into the ether. Yahoo has since, no longer the thing it was and has been acquired. But you have to understand that even at this level, even with all the evidence around them, humans still make bad decisions because there's hope and infinite possibility is never balanced by, well, what do I really need from this? And why am I about to do what I'm about to do? You have to get that right in your investment strategy. And as Ben said, process really matters, but the market will punish you for having a process that you don't stick to. We can help you through that process. It's what we do. We do the education piece. We do the research. As Simon said, we're data backed. But if you don't follow that through good behavioral principles, it will get you. So the market isn't your enemy. Your mindset is. Understanding how your mindset will corrupt your own process is really critical. And at the end of the day, you're human, so we want to help balance that factor out. But if billionaires and large companies and investment funds can get it all wrong, so can you, so can any of us without those strategies. Now, this is, if I was going to get a tattoo of a saying one day, of a particular saying, it would be that fear, greed, and ego are the three things that undo most people. And that's so much of what my work looks at is that balance of fear, greed, and ego. It's okay to have a healthy ego, but it needs to be healthy and checked. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Fear is paralytic. Fear will force you to do things eventually that you didn't want to do because you let it put you in a position you didn't want to be in. And ego and that greed side of it become natural criminals together if you don't balance those out. There's nothing wrong with wanting a better life and better outcomes and better investment returns. But when greed takes hold, like that person I mentioned who went to 1.22 off of a $100,000 investment and then went back to zero, you have to ask at what point was it enough? His goal was 600 and he just kept going. He just kept going. And at each stage, he had an opportunity. I'm here to help you balance that out. Your biggest portfolio risk, as I often say, isn't some scam. Everyone still worries about these altcoin scams. We're good enough now. We're sophisticated enough. Even here at Collective Shift, we're really great at flagging, hey, you really want to be aware of that. The risk isn't the scam. It's you having a couple of beers and going, I need more. The ego takes over. The greed takes over. Or the fear, ooh, the market has moved today. We saw this in our own platinum group last week. The market was up the week before that. Everyone was euphoric. This is amazing. Look at how great. I'm so glad I'm in crypto. Last week into this week, oh man, is this the end? Should I get out of crypto entirely? So there's very much this fear drives this cyclical pattern of thinking. And you have to go, stop, hold on. Have the fundamentals changed? Have our research and assessments changed? No. The only thing that's happened is the market is moving as it always does. News happens, macro forces happen, and then people respond. That's what we're seeing, and we will help you navigate that. Now, this is a cycle I put together a number of years ago. I've used it in lots of coaching with our members. And what we look at here is, I call this the kind of FOMO investment grief cycle. And the idea here is, if you look at this quite closely, I was coaching on this so often, over and over and over again. I thought I might as well just put this in a visual so people can understand what's happening to them and why they're making these poor decisions. So first, we've got this FOMO bit here. Look at the circles. I'll give you the bit of laser on there for what you can see. But the FOMO bit is really the key first piece. All right, something's going on in the market. Today it's, ooh, have I missed out on getting out? There's this fear of, should I have sold last week? What's really going on? Even in our chats, we're seeing this going off. Hey, is this right? Should I be changing my portfolio strategy, et cetera? There's a fear. I'm afraid I've gotten this wrong. So what happens? People panic, and when it kicks back up, they'll go, oh, I should now get in. Well, should you have bought in here? What was your strategy? What were you trying to achieve? What assets were you in? So what do? They buy high. Now they've kind of on the back foot. They're going, all right, I've gone in at a premium. What am I going to do now? How am I going to make up for this premium that I've been impacted with? And then what happens is the market, as it always does, moves again. Whether it's the Fed having a conversation, whether it's Trump hopping up on stage and saying something. We don't realize all these people have agendas. They're all moving towards something. There's a reason behind it, but we panic. We go, I couldn't have foreseen this. I now need to react. Then what happens is you sell low. You've taken a haircut. And I'll be honest, before I was heavily into the space, when I didn't look at the psychology of investment, this was way back when crypto was first getting its hold, I did the same thing. I thought, oh, this isn't really going to take hold. I bought in a bit late, and in that cycle, this is several cycles ago, I sold out early. And I was like, because I'm like, oh, I'm a bit afraid it's going to go the wrong way. I could have gotten better upside out of it. But I didn't use my own principles years and years ago, 3 cycles ago, because then I was focused more on the corporate side. I didn't think about investment in this way. And then what happens? You sell low, regret. You go, God, why did I do that? And then what happens? Now I'm missing out. I got to get back into the game. So there's this cycle of grief that happens. And what we do is really counteract that cycle. So much of the work we do on the product experience side is helping you counteract that and understanding, well, this is what's at play for me here. Why am I about to do it? I'm going to give you a tactic. This is trap number 1. I'm going to give you a tactic later on around decision journaling. But we actually had our in-person day not too long ago. It was about 5 weeks ago. Here in Melbourne, we had 130 of our high net wealths come into the room. And during that session, I was running some small groups. So we do these breakouts where you can talk about your portfolio, talk about the psychology. And I, of course, did one on behavior. And I had someone sit in that group, and the guy turned to me and said, I want to say thank you. I said, oh, what's going on? And we have 130 people, so I know most of them, but didn't quite know his backstory then and there. And he said, I attended your talk in October where you spoke about really thinking about how you're going to feel after you make a decision and understanding, am I making a decision out of fear or am I making it from a position of rational choice? And he said, so one morning I woke up, a couple of weeks ago, my portfolio was down 30%, and there was a particular coin I was in that I thought, oh, this is the one that's dragging me down. And he said, I was just about to click the sell button, but he's like, I heard you grumbling in my ear saying, if you sell, how are you going to feel about it? And so he said, well, I did what you said, which is get up, go away, do something else. Distance yourself. So he got up, he moved, he said he made some phone calls, he took a shower. I was like, oh, cool, I don't need to know all that, that's great. So when I got ready for the day and he came back and the portfolio had bounced. It was back, that 30% down had washed away in that half an hour in which he had come back because he was in a particular altcoin. It fit his investment strategy. None of his requirements had changed. None of the market had really changed. There was just a dip when he happened to be checking it. If he had sold, he said it would have been a 6-figure loss on that. That's the stuff we're talking about. That's the power and understanding. Process and research meets behavioral-based decision-making. You have to be aware of both, and you have to understand the intersection of those two. So this is how that plays out when you don't have that in place. So I want you to think about this around what are some of your pre-writing triggers that you need to write down? What are some of the triggers you need to have in your mind? So if there's a particular dollar threshold, we see this every time. Members will say, hey, I want to sell when Bitcoin hits 200. Then Bitcoin hits 200. And they go, well, is there a 205 in this? Okay. Do you want to sell at 205? Yeah, I'll sell at 205. If 205 rolls around or 207, they go, maybe 220 is on the horizon. There's never a price. And then what happens is it corrects or pulls back or the market, whatever happens, depending on the conditions at the time. And they'll go, I missed my point. It's like, no, you didn't miss your point. You moved your point 3 times. You didn't stick to your trigger, your pre-written trigger, and now you're paying the price of that. So then we have a coaching conversation that says, well, in future, what needs to happen for you to stick to your conditions? Because that's where greed takes over. It's what if there's more? What if I lose out? So pre-write those and then stick to them. And our groups are really good at encouraging people to stick to their decisions beforehand. So I've got a quick one for you in the chat here, and I'll get someone to fire, because I can't see the chat, but I'll have a quick look at that. But decision 1, be honest. Don't worry about what people will or won't say about you, because this is a safe place. But decision 1 is, I give you the option that you can get $900 for sure. No questions asked, $900. Decision 2 is you've got a 90% chance to get $1,000. But on the other side of that 90% chance is $0. So we look at the two and go, which one are you going to go for? So just pop in the chat. So we've got B, we've got A. Oh, thanks, E, so invaluable information so far. A, B. A, yeah, so lots of A's. Give me the money, Jason said. Yes, I know, I fully get it, Jason. So most people choose A. Why? Risk aversion. What do you mean? I could lose out, I could get 0. But the better assessment, as I said to you, you had a 9 in 10 chance. You only have a 10% chance of downside. The psychological factor that comes into it is this fear of loss. Loss aversion is what plays out. And that risk aversion we've understood from psychological research. This is not new. This is decades and decades old, but every time it gets done again, it's revalidated, is that for humans, we have a double factor that's attached, or a double weighting that's attached to loss. Loss weighs on us twice as heavily as wins do. So if we have a win and we have a loss, we will focus all of our attention on that loss. Why? Because the weight of that loss is twice. It's failure. It's how could I have gotten this wrong? Rather than, hey, I got that right and I got one wrong. Well, that's part of the experiment I'm running. So understanding the play out of that, as someone said, it needs to be more than $1,000. We got to make sure we don't enter gambling territory. It's like, oh, what odds can you give me, buddy? But understanding that the weight of loss decision making weighs on all of us. It weighs on executives. You know, I've coached some of the largest companies in Australia, and this still plays out. They're like, what if we miss an opportunity? What if we don't get it right, and this has a downside to it? That's why we talk about in portfolio design, when we're helping you understand your strategy and we're helping you understand the assets that are available to you, we say to you, well, what's your risk profile? Where are you comfortable? Even for myself, you know, I mean, crypto, I'd be crazy not to be. But in my crypto portfolio, which is part of my broader investment portfolio, I have some altcoins that I would say are like moderate to high risk. I have a little bit more that's in the moderate risk, and then I've got a good chunk that's in the relatively stable category. And I think understanding, for me, that makes sense. What makes sense for you will be entirely different. But if you don't have that articulated, you will fall into these traps. So what I'd say here is to also understand, well, for me, those altcoins, those moderate to high risk ones, I frame them as a learning tax. Well, I'd go, okay, cool. I've listened to Matt and Simon. They had the research right. And if I look back and I go, well, actually, this was just statistically possible. They were one of 3 that I took bets on, and one of them was always going to kind of not work out. I'm not going to carry that around with me. It doesn't bother me. Yes, I'd love if all 3 worked out, but it's not likely with those 3 higher risk ones. Now, the other side of it is that the 2 that did pay out paid out more than the loss of the 1. So I'm going, great, I'm still up overall. But the average person, the uncoached and untrained person will look at that and go, you know what? I only got 2 out of 3 right. That 1 really bothers me. Why? You're up. What's the thinking there? So understand that we are pre-programmed for this. This is not you choosing to behave this way. You have to choose not to behave this way. And then third is really understanding recency bias. We often talk about it, collective shift, the peak mania signals, and one of them is you're in the Uber and the Uber driver's going, are you into crypto? And you go, okay, here we go. Let's get it started. But the recency bias tells us, well, people will look at their choice in portfolio or their choice in whether to sell, and they'll look at what's happening right now. Or they'll look at the thing that the person just said to them earlier. So maybe the Uber driver says to you, hey, I heard crypto's about to fall off a cliff. What do you think? Or actually, I heard they're cracking down on that. What are you going to do about it? That whole bit weighs on us more than the actual sum of all the information we've got. Why? Because it's the most recent thing we've heard. Our brains are pre-programmed to detect threats, and that threat detection looks at recency. If I knew, I hate to use the lion analogy, but if I knew there was a threat of danger of a lion from tens of thousands of years ago, my brain is always looking for the conditions that are happening right now, not going, I know there could be a lion one day. It's going, ooh, the bush just rustled, I need to run away. Those same threats are not existing in investment. They aren't there. The requirement to move that quickly in most cases is not existent. But our brain still looks for signals and recency bias and goes, I got to do something today. So understanding that and then forcing yourself to explain why a decision you've made is still good or is not good before you make that decision is important. People don't do that. They go, I'm going to sell. Why? Because I'm afraid. That's not a good reason. Now, if fear is starting to paralyze you to the point of your portfolio not working for you, then we readjust the research. We go, here's some options that you could consider, and here's where we're putting our own money. But if you've designed it that way, you don't need to do that. It's not a requirement. If your investment thesis is that all investments go up on the other side of it, is you're going to be part of the liquidity event that comes very soon. Some people go, no, it can only go up to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. And we also go, no, there's a certain point where you take profits and then you dollar cost average DCA back in. So during the bear cycle, you're starting to reintroduce and build back up to a level of risk you're comfortable with. But if you don't have a plan, you'll be looking at that from, well, it's either going to go all the way up or I'm going to lose soon, so I need to get out. Both of those are poor strategies. Now, I'll just ask you quickly in the chat, which of those 3 wrecked you? So I'll just quickly flick back to them so you can have a look. The first was the FOMO, that grief cycle that we talked about, the FOMO and then needing Mo and getting in and out at the wrong times and trying to time the market, which almost no one ever does. Our team, with all the research brain power, is not about timing the market. It's about what's the best outcome you can get and how do you reach your milestones, and then providing the research to get you there. So trap 1 is this, the grief cycle. Trap 2 is that loss aversion, understanding that I'm afraid of what might come. And then trap 3 is really looking at that recency bias. Which one of those affect you? It could be all 3, but let's hear it in the chat. Just pop in which of the 1, 2, or 3 affect you. I'll give it a minute. Yep, FOMO. Thank you, Michelle. I know Michelle's not the only honest person in the chat. Cool. Tim, yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Awesome. Ricky, FOMO, yes. Jane, 1, 2, 3. Belinda, 2. Great. Yeah, understanding the weight all. Thanks, Brooke. Carrie, all 3. Iman, all of them. Yeah, heaps of good stuff there. Thank you all. Trap 1 for sure. Great. So now I'm going to give you some tactics to deal with this. I've given you some tips already on the traps, but I'm going to give you some tactics so you can start to bulletproof. Because as Ben promised you at the beginning of this session, we're not here to just talk to you about stuff. I want you to walk away with things you can immediately take away, tactics you can immediately apply. And to do that, you need to understand your own thinking. A strong mind creates true wealth. The market will punish you for not being disciplined and not understanding where you're trying to go. It's not optional. You have to be clear on where am I trying to go and how am I going to keep myself on track when everything is pulling me in the other direction. It's the same within our summit. I said to our group, we had the 130 in the room, and I said, how many of you have crypto? Obviously, everyone's hand's going to go up. How many of you crypto is a larger part of your investment strategy? Most people's hand go up. I said, how many have told family or friends that you hold crypto? And it was only a couple of people in the room out of 130. Why? Because it's concerning. There's risky behavior. What will people think about me? You've got that to face in addition to market forces. So how do we get you as strong as possible in this whole process? But I think it's important to understand that markets don't just reward intelligence. Information is readily available for most places. You'll know what's happening in the market if you spend some time digging. Not everyone has that time, but what they do reward is that emotional regulation, understanding that you have to control how you respond to the world around you. You can't control the conditions, but you can control how you respond. And so I'll often say smart and emotional loses money. You can be some very intelligent people who we've coached have made some really poor investment decisions. Why? Because they allowed their emotion to take them on a particular journey. But smart and disciplined will win over and over again. Sticking to discipline, knowing what you've set as your strategy is absolutely fundamental. So the first mindset mastery bit I want you to think about is to decide cold and execute hot. So I'll say to people, why are you making a decision? They'll say, I need money now. It's like, okay, well, we'll deal with that now. Let's move you forward. But for where we're moving now, after that, we need to set a strategy that's cold. There's no immediacy, or there's no urgency. There's no key requirement that's driving this behavior now. When you decide things in a panic, it's similar to deciding when you're in fear. Something is driving that, whether it's the conditions, a change in lifestyle, those things happen, but we don't want that to happen. And what happens if you do that is, I love this meme, is, are you winning, Dad? It says, son, pack up your stuff, I just lost the house. But it's selling under conditions of stress, and taking a haircut on those things is not what we want for you. So the tactic here is I want you to write some preset portfolio rules for yourself and sell strategies. We often talk about laddering out. So if you've got a particular risky coin, like as Ben mentioned earlier, Maple, which became Syrup, I invested in that when the team flagged it, and I've taken profits. Why? I'm not fully out of it, but because at a certain point it made sense, and that was the rule I had set for myself. Once it reaches a certain point, or once the team signals to me, hey, this is the time you need to think about profit taking, that's what I did. Why would I not do that? It's like, well, there's more upside. Well, of course, but that's why I'm taking a third now or a quarter now. I'm not waiting for, I hope that it gets to here and I'm going to grab it all. That's not my strategy. I'm playing the long-term game. So having those preset rules will help you get over some of these traps we've spoken about. Second is this image is great. It's really powerful. Again, research is not new in this space, but I think we don't always need new. We need to understand what we know about human conditions and operate accordingly. So what you can see here is you've got on the A column, this kind of row here, you've got an fMRI looking at people's brain function when they're actually experiencing an emotion. So they might show a person a photo of a loved one who maybe has done something great or is crossing the stage at graduation, and they see this happiness bubble up, or they see this fear because they show them maybe a photo of something that happened to them earlier in life, or maybe they had an accident, the different conditions that they tested this with. So you can see the various parts of the brain lighting up, right? Now, row B is actually the same emotions replicating themselves when they ask the person to imagine that thing. So for example, if you looked at this first one, A, that little bit of red here, they showed the photo to the person walking across the stage. They got all warm and lit up and excited. On B, what they said is, think about when your son walked across the stage and how proud you were. And those same areas lit up. Now, the intensity is a bit lower, but you'll notice in each of these images, the same parts are lighting up with just a smaller intensity. What does that tell you? It says that even if there is no real threat, even if nothing is really happening, we can create fear in ourselves by thinking about a thing. That's incredibly disconcerting, right? You think about, well, hey, if I'm alone and I've just been thinking about my crypto, I might get a little bit unhinged and I might start selling or buying, all because I thought about it and now I have these emotions going off. We are not as rational as we think we are, but we have conditions we can understand to deal with that. And so here, when this is happening, I use this a lot in coaching, is I want people to name the emotion they're feeling. If I'm feeling afraid, well, cool, let's explore that. Help me understand, where did that fear come from? When did it kick in? What were you doing? What caused that? It might be every time you talk to your significant other or your partner, you get a bit anxious about crypto. Why? Because maybe they don't like crypto. Or it might be every time that you're around a certain group of people, you get ready to sell and you come back and you're anxious about selling, or you think you need to get out. Why? Because they've started selling. Nothing's changed, nothing's happened, but you're thinking about these things and you're getting worked up about it. And that worked up frenzied mode is where we see people lose. And then once you've understood the emotion that's at play, you can rehearse that. So I can go, imagine if I lost out. What if my portfolio went down 20% because I think this is going to happen with the treasury? Okay, what would I do? Let it play out? Am I going to get out of crypto entirely? No, probably not. And you can start to become logical again. But I have to feel that emotion in order to be logical about it, not wait for it to happen and then I don't have control. And then mindset mastery, tip 3 is to think about the micro wins. Again, we see this, so people think about this large goal, but they don't think about the progress along the way. And what I say is think about what your progress is along the way and recognize that. Sometimes it won't be dollars. Sometimes it'll be you stuck to your investment rules. You stuck to your strategy. Actually, everyone around you was saying, get out. And you stayed in, and actually you're reaping the rewards. Recognize wins, even if they aren't financial wins. Maybe you haven't taken money yet. Recognize the wins. Now, don't become addicted to those wins. If you hype yourself up and get overly attached to them, that's not great. That becomes almost like gambling behavior. But if you're saying, actually, I had a strategy, the market wobbled a bit this week, didn't touch my assets, performed well, I'm going to keep going, awesome. That's discipline. That's a win. In the face of everyone being irrational, you were rational and you stuck to your own rules. 4 is conviction. We talk about this a lot. Some of you will be familiar with the terms, even in some of the stock world, around paper hands and diamond hands and holding things and being really weak in the face of things. But if you've got a thesis and you've done your research, stick to it. Now, if the things legitimately change, like let's say a regulation comes in, or actually it's come out that the technology that asset is using isn't going to work, well, then something has changed. Logically, let's make a change. But don't lose your conviction in the sight of all the things we've just spoken about. You've set a plan, you've got the right people around you, you've documented your strategy. If nothing has changed, do not wobble or drift off course. I see it all the time. People also just get bored. They're like, hey, nothing major has happened, so I'm going to cause a storm for myself and panic myself. Why? Why do that? Go do something, go play outside, touch grass. Like, let's go do something different, but don't mess with your strategy unnecessarily. So being really clear on that. And then the last one I flagged with you that I think is really critical is that mindset mastery, decision making. So as you're about to make a decision, there's 3 key questions. I use this with high-powered executives because they often won't think about the implications of their decisions, but what am I doing? What am I actually doing? Why am I doing it? So if I'm about to sell, why am I about to sell? What does that come? Or if I'm about to buy this super risky asset, why am I about to buy that? Is it because I saw an ad, or because I spoke to someone, or because I'm bored and I wanted to gamble? And What would change my mind? We hate this as humans, but saying, actually, I'm going to look around the world around me. Instagram gives me echo chambers. Facebook gives me echo chambers. Google gives me what it thinks I want to see. Everything's telling me, even GPT is doing the glazing and telling you, hey, I think this is what you want to know, and I want you to like me, so I'm going to tell you what I think you want to know. Don't do that. Say, actually, what am I not seeing here? What's the alternative? If I asked, hey, why should I not buy this asset? What would that tell me? But we don't do that. Why? Because one, there's a lot of mental energy required. And two, what if we find out we're wrong? Well, I'd rather be wrong in my research than wrong in my investment. That's far more powerful. If I got my research wrong and I figured out before I make a decision, I put money in it, that's great. Yeah, let my hypothesis be wrong. But if I then put money in it and I figure, actually, I didn't ask the question because I didn't want the answer, well, that's not a good investment strategy. And most critically is to remember that discipline beats dopamine. We are in a dopamine-fueled world. We're getting hijacked from the youngest of age. It's around us all the time. Everything's driving dopamine hits. Do not make your investment portfolio your dopamine source. It will not benefit you, and you will force it to misbehave for you so you can chase dopamine that was never going to come from it. We have never seen, and Ben and Matt and Simon can correct me one day if it's ever true, but we've never seen someone who's a dopamine chaser be successful in this. Why? Because the reason they're doing it is to get a high or a bump from it or a good feeling from it, not to win at the investing side of it. Those two things are mutually exclusive. They cannot work that way. Now, I'll just get you to quickly pop in the chat as a final thing. This is my last slide, but what are your habits? What are some of the things you're doing? We talked about those traps. We talked about some of the tactics like decision journaling and banking the wins. What are some of the things you're doing that are driving those habits? Yes, TikTok brain. Yes, it's exactly what we're talking about. Dopamine chasing becomes exhausting. Yes, because like with anything else, our tolerance levels rise. So if you used to get a bit of a good feeling from 10 minutes of Instagram, it's 20, then 30, then actually at some point you just don't get it anymore. It's just the way our brains work. I've just bought a Stacks just because, laugh out loud. Yes, cool. Thank you for your honesty. Yeah, so Dominic, yeah, looking at why you did that would be come back to what I'd say too. And if you don't have a reason you've done it, that's fine, man. Thanks for being honest. But going forward, why am I doing it? Looking at portfolio and commentary too often. Yes, the amount of people who are like, I just refresh all the time, refresh. Like, what are you trying to do? What are you waiting for that thing to tell you? Because what's going to happen? The moment it ticks down by even a few $100s, oh, here we go. Here's the start of the end. Should have gotten out. Should have taken profits. And the moment it goes up, you're like, all right, we're starting the beginning of the win. There's no benefit to that. There's no benefit. And I did that when I talked about 3 cycles ago where I got it wrong in terms of getting out too early. The reason I got out early, and being fully honest with you, is because I was doing that. I was like, oh, is it going up? No, today, no movement. Oh, no. And I just went, actually, I've got other things to do. This is kind of taken over my life. I removed it from my phone, and eventually I was like, I'm just going to sell it and be done with it. Not being patient, losing faith and regret, holding and not selling. Yes, we hear this over and over and over again. People often think, oh, I sell too early. One of the bigger problems we see is that people hold too long. They go past their profit target, the profit-taking target, and then they round trip, 100%. Swapping altcoins, yes, there's transaction costs attached to that. And there's also the fact that often those swapping might be done for no real reason aside from, oh, that coin looks more exciting. Nothing's happening with mine, so I'll just move over there. And fear of losing. Yeah, all depends on realistic expectations and how you arrive at them. Yeah, fantastic. So really good commentary there. I'm going to hand back over to Ben, but thank you all for tuning in and using those tactics.
That was awesome, mate.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was so valuable. And Travis is an absolute legend. And honestly, like, you can have as much insights and frameworks as you can get, but unless you have the mindset and the psychology to follow, that is the thing that's going to help you the most in the back end of the bull market. So I'm going to share a little bit later in the summit on how you can actually work with Travis. Travis actually does coaching with our clients. You can actually sit down with him as a performance coach. He's obviously worked with the executives, some of the highest and biggest companies in Australia and across the world from a performance perspective. And now he works with our platinum clients to help grow their I guess, investor mindset to get ready for the back end of the cycle. So how are you all finding this? Let me know in the chat. Give me a little... Is this been good so far? You're learning lots, let me know. Anna, great session. Travis is a legend. Jason, wow, great info. Kim, reacting to visuals rather than responding from research-based, walk away before acting. David, thanks. And not having proper strategies, so just trying to gambling, holding, not selling, yeah. Excellent, thanks Travis, thanks Travis, thanks Travis, great session. Really good, Anna. Amazing. You guys loving it so far? Let me know in the chat. Is you're enjoying your time well spent so far? I want to say, though, we're saving the best for last. The next 2 sessions are going to be absolutely epic. We've got Matt and Simon coming back out. This sell strategy, folks, we are in the bull market right now, all right? The market's been moving. Ethereum's up 120% in the last couple of months. Bitcoin's up, hitting all-time highs, obviously in a bit of a correction at the moment. But these corrections are normal in bull markets. And what's going to come is the top of the cycle. And unless you have a proper exit strategy in order, a bulletproof exit strategy, you are most likely going to fail and round trip, all right? So this is a session we're about to bring up, again, Matt and Simon, to talk about how to build your own bulletproof exit strategy so you guys can walk away, implement this in your own portfolio. And I'm going to come back out after these guys finish and talk about the exclusive bonuses we're going to share with you for all being on today's session to see how you can be coached and work literally alongside myself, Simon and Matt, Travis, to expedite your portfolio like all of the other thousands of clients we work with over a Collective Shift. So we'll bring you guys out, Matt and Simon, as the chat's just pumping. Raymond loves us. G'day, LJ. Travis, excellent. Kerry, absolutely awesome, guys. Nearly 900 live, fellas. So
awesome.
Enjoy. I'll give you that to someone.
Maybe I'll take that one.
Maybe do it. Thank you.
Perfect. So, done all the important stuff, choosing how to buy altcoins. How long have we got left, Simon? But the job's not done until we sell and take profits. A lot of our members wanting to maximize profits, us as individual investors, likewise wanting to really make the most of this bull market. So to bring things home for our participation in today's session, we're going to go with sell strategies. So let's get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you don't make any money unless you actually sell, and that's one of the hardest things. Is that greed starts to take over your mind and your logical thinking. So having a sell strategy in place is one of the most important things. It's one of the most value that we give to our members in general, because if you don't sell, you don't make profits, and so many people have round trip before. So nailing this is really important. So let's get into it. But before we actually talk about how to sell strategy, we will give you some examples of what to do. We need to actually manage expectations, really, because there's an expectation of what you're going to do, and then there's the reality of actually what it means to sell. So let's dive into that and then show some charts here and give you some data again behind it. And so this is just a general chart in general of any kind of a chart here, but the expectation of what everybody wants to be doing in this space is they want to be selling the top here. That is the aim of everybody in this space, is that they want to find out, hey, when's the cycle top? When do I sell to sell right at the top of the cycle? Make all the money, happy days, everything's fantastic. Well, selling the top is incredibly hard. I'm not a genius, Matt's not a genius, and you guys aren't geniuses either. I hate to break it to you. You're not going to sell the top. Nobody is going to actually manage to nail that. And it's actually the same on the other side. Nobody really buys the bottom. So what can you actually achieve? What is actually manageable to you? And to give you that reality and that framework of what is achievable in crypto and in selling in general. So this is another chart here. This is actually the Bitcoin chart from 2021. This is in November 2021. Each one of those bars is actually a day of trading in crypto. And so we can see the top there is at 69,000, was the top of in November, I can't remember, 11th, something like that, in 2021. And I've got some lines here to give you some indications of where you might actually sell. So the blue line is 5% from the top. And so here is the likelihood of you actually selling within 5% of the top. You have 3 days. So there's 3 days within which that entire cycle of crypto, you could sell within 5% of the top. So now you're starting to see why selling the top is a myth. Selling the top is not really achievable, because unless you are really, really good, within 3 days, you're going to be 5% off the top. Pretty hard to do, in my opinion. The yellow line, 62,000. So the top was 69,000. The yellow line is 62,000, which is 10% from the top. You had 16 days to do this. 16 days to sell within 10% of the top. Look, people talk about crypto as being super volatile, and it is super volatile. And this is why we don't spend much time up there at all. So again, base that in reality. 4 years-ish of a cycle, 16 days to sell within 10% of the top. So you've got to keep that framing in mind, because if Bitcoin gets to 150,000, 200,000, let's go with 200,000 for easy maths for me. So to be within 10% of 200,000, that's $180,000. That's a big difference in price in itself, but that's the reality of where you're going to be. And the blue line, the purple line, sorry, let's drive this home. 15% of the top, 33 days. 33 days to sell within 15% of the top. So in my opinion, the reality of where you might actually sell, if you can sell within 15% of the cycle top, you've done incredibly well for this cycle. That's doing an incredibly great job of timing your exit. That's the kind of reality that you've got to appreciate and understand for Bitcoin. And that's Bitcoin. Other cryptos are way more volatile than that. And that's something that we're going to drive home here, because Bitcoin, you've got 33 days to sell with 15%. What about some other crazy things? And so I've looked at a meme coin. I've done the same data analysis on multiple coins, but I'm going to show you a meme coin. So this is actually Dogecoin, which, if those don't know, is probably the biggest meme coin in the crypto space. It has the largest market cap. It's been around for basically the longest, probably the longest meme coin that's in existence. And so this is the top in 2021 for Dogecoin. And so anybody have a guess of how many days you had to sell within 5% of the top of Dogecoin in 2021? 5%. Remember, Bitcoin, you had 3 days. So there I might be leading your answer there to a degree, but to sell within 5% of the top on Dogecoin, you had 0 days. You literally had hours. That's how volatile this market is that you had hours to sell within the top, because these lower market caps, these highly volatile assets, these highly speculative assets are going to swing much higher and much lower quicker. 0 days to sell within 5%. To sell within 10%, you had 1 day. So now we're starting to see the reality of how hard it is to actually sell the tops of these cycles. It's hard enough on Bitcoin. The higher risk coin you're taking on, the more impossible it is to actually time the top. So when you are selling altcoins in general, you need to have that much more realistic expectation that selling the top of altcoins especially is incredibly hard. Let's keep going. 15%, you had 4 days. 4 days to sell the top. So Bitcoin, you had 3 days to sell within 5%, but on a meme coin, you had 4 days to sell within 15%. Again, that's a big price swing. That's a huge position of your portfolio. So you need to have that management and that expectation that, hey, prices could go up and they can come back down that much quicker. So anywhere within that kind of range, you've done extremely well. But this is a bit crazy. So how many for 25%? 5 days. 5 days. So imagine your portfolio. Imagine you have a $100,000 portfolio. Within 5 days, that can go down to 75,000. That is the volatility of the space. That is the volatility of especially meme coins, especially those more speculative projects. So I think you really need to have that real expectation of selling the tops of meme coins, selling the tops of altcoins, incredibly hard. So take profits when you can. And you've got to also remember that these meme coins, these are likely to go down 90+%. So when it comes to some of these speculative positions, taking profits at any time is a good idea, really. If you're up, taking profits is a good idea, because at some point in the next bear market, that price is likely to go way below wherever you sold, regardless. Going down by 95% on any coin means at some point in time, you're going to have been in profit. You're going to be above the price it gets to. So keep that in mind. It's very important to make sure that you have that expectation and that you are actually executing, because the downside risk is incredibly high. So let's get back into a bit more, I guess, of the nuances of actually how to sell and what you actually need to do as an exit plan. And so I think we are going to talk here about, can we go to our screen again, guys? We're going to demonstrate, I guess, a bit on our website again. But here we want to talk to you about getting your house in order, basically. What is it that you need to do to actually have your positions ready? So this is a post that I did, what is this, in January this year. But scroll down to there where it says getting your house in order. So this is, again, just another post in general, a lot of data-driven, a lot of psychology into that post as well. But here I want to talk to you about getting your house in order to make sure you're ready to sell, because you'd be surprised how many people aren't ready to actually sell. And so, you know, kind of the main things here is, where is your crypto? Where are your wallets? You know, are you just on a centralized exchange? That kind of makes things easier, but are you on decentralized exchanges? What wallets are you in? What blockchain are you in? You need to have all these kind of things in place and thought about before you can actually sell. So many people have different wallets, different chains, different hardware wallets, and they don't know where it is. If you don't know where that is, you're going to really be struggling to actually figure out how to actually sell. And so the other thing is, have you tested your hardware wallet? Getting those things ready to go is important, because those things do fail. And, you know, trust me, that's actually occurred to me once before, is that I went to plug in my hardware wallet ready to sell, the thing didn't even turn on. So that's a bit of a, for anybody who does take self-custody, that's a bit of a scary moment for you to actually go through the process of actually making that work. So make sure you're actually getting those things in order. Is your hardware wallet ready? Is it ready to go? And then you start actually having the plan. Okay, you've got these coins. Where are you selling them? What is your plan to do it? Are you going to do it in a centralized exchange? What are you going to sell it into? Are you going to just go into stable coins? Are you going to go into Bitcoin? Are you going to go into Australian dollars or US dollars? Have that plan in place and written down, because as we said, when that volatility is going, when that greed is taking over, if you have all these other things that get in the way of you making that sell strategy, you tend to put it off, you tend to hold off on it because you're not ready. So if you have all those other things lined up, ready to go, guess what? You tend to actually execute pretty well on your sell strategy. So have your house in order. Make sure you know where your crypto is, know how you're selling it, know where you're selling it to, and you'll be in a much better place to be able to actually execute on the plan. So I think now we're going to get into a bit more specifics. Matt, do you want to take over here and talk about some specifics on sell strategies?
Yeah, of course. Everyone always wants to know, going back to the slides here, what's the best, how do I maximize profits? What's the best way to go about selling out of a given cryptocurrency? You can go things like price targets. People always want to know, hey, where's Bitcoin going to top out? Where's ETH going to top out? All that to say, there's so many approaches you can do. So things like selling, if Simon just clicks to the next screen there, one of the three examples that we try to recommend and really try to educate people on how to sell out of the bull market is just doing the opposite of what many people do getting into the bull market. So people average in, dollar cost average in, DCA. A lot of people don't realize you can simply do the opposite of that on the way out. Sure, you will not maximize profits. You will not time the exact top, but as Simon's just shown and showcased on the charts, no one is going to do that. Anyone telling you that they've sold 100% of their holdings at the very cycle top is almost certainly trying to grift you. So dollar cost averaging out, what does that actually mean? Selling 0.2 Bitcoin, for example, in August, selling 0.2 Bitcoin in September, selling another 0.2 until you've sold however many Bitcoin or cryptocurrency that you do want to get rid of. Next strategy here.
We should say the other thing before we go to that is that you can automate this, guys. And so that's what's going to make your life easier with dollar cost averaging out. Automating the sell strategy takes that emotion out of it, takes that thought process out of it. So anything you can do to make your life easier when it comes to selling is very important. So automation of DCAing out can be done easily.
Next one here is, in my experience, the most common after conversations with so many people over the years, target prices. So the question I always get at the end of this is, okay, what price do I set certain cryptocurrencies to in the future? But what is a sell strategy based on target pricing? As you can see on the table there, as an example, we can see that Bitcoin, if you had that at about 115,000 US dollars, you would have already sold 10% in this example. You project out into the future, how high do I think Bitcoin can go? Once it gets to 150,000, I'm going to take out 30% of my holdings, for example. You can see on the table there an illustration of just Bitcoin. You can do that for each individual cryptocurrency. So I hold Hyperliquid, like I said earlier. I've got my own price targets where I'm going to ladder out and incrementally sell. Of course, I'll share with members when that time comes when I do sell. But for a lot of members with maybe lower risk tolerance, they will likely weight a lot more of their percentage of how much they're wanting to sell more towards a lower target. Other people who are more risk seeking will wait till the very last second to try to sell closer to their price ceiling, which for many people doesn't actually hit. But this particular example here of a sell strategy based on target prices is by far the most common that I run into on the everyday person. So of course, people that I speak to have different price points. The next one here.
Before we go on, I'll just talk about this one as well. Is that I think the reason people love this is because you can do a lovely little spreadsheet or calculation and you can figure out exactly how much you're going to make. So people love this because it's a beautiful equation for them to say, how much money am I going to make from it? The downside of this is also that you then get fixated on specific prices. And so there is pros and cons. The con to this one is now you are fixated on a very specific price, which you can get emotionally attached to. And so again, to avoid any challenges, automating this is fantastic as well. So if you can automate this on your centralized exchange or your decentralized exchange, it's going to take that emotion out. It's going to actually make you act out and execute on your sell strategy. So great for automation as well, like this hangout is. The con of it is you do tend to get emotionally attached to specific price targets. So you got to weigh that up with how it works. And the other thing I'll say is that a lot of people go, well, how do I come up with these target prices? And I guess that is the hardest question. For Bitcoin is just one example, but what about my XYZ coin? Very hard to have price targets for every single one of them. So I'll just give you a little insight into what should I do about my XYZ coin. Follow Bitcoin. Everything tends to be going up and down with Bitcoin. So if you're really struggling to come up with a price target for whatever your coin is, you don't really overthink it. Just focus on Bitcoin and where Bitcoin is, because when Bitcoin goes up, altcoins tend to go up a little bit more. When Bitcoin goes down, alts tend to go down a little bit more. Everything tends to go together. So your price target for your altcoin should be, well, if Bitcoin gets to 150,000, I don't care what my altcoin price is, that's when I'm going to start selling it. It's an easier way to think about it rather than trying to come up with individual price targets all the time.
Yeah, last thing on this, on target prices also is I always get questions like, should it be a blanket rule on all just say, let's say I have 8 cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin. Should I apply, in this example, the same percentage weightings and the same percentage gains from my sort of break-even price point? Should I apply the same weightings for each individual cryptocurrency or all of them, so all 8 of them? Or should I actually, for a meme coin or a high-risk altcoin, should I have a different sort of price targets where maybe I sell all of them when I double my price, or once I triple my price, maybe I'll take a certain percentage off? To that, I say it depends how much energy and I guess knowledge of each individual holding you have. So I've had conversations with people who apply a simpler blanket rule to their portfolio. So whatever the price of XRP in percentage terms, however much of a gain, let's just say 50% gain for XRP, 50% gain for ETH, 50% gain for BTC, they apply the same amount percentages that they're gonna sell for each of those cryptocurrencies. And I've also spoken to people who say, screw that, I want to actually apply price targets to each of my holdings because I'm more confident that maybe the lower market cap ones can go up a lot higher. So I certainly, personally, I do more of that approach where I treat it on a individual cryptocurrency basis. Other people, it's a blanket rule because, hey, they don't really want to be watching the market every day.
Yeah, so that's kind of, choose your own adventure, I guess, in that. But it's a case of if you write these rules and you write this plan, make sure you stick to it.
For sure. The last one here of the more common ones you see before we'll talk a bit in depth about the fourth example. This one is similar to dollar cost averaging out in many ways, time-based. So for people who are really staunch believers of the 4-year cycle and things we talked about earlier, this is much more up their alley in terms of knowing, or based off past information, past patterns in the crypto market. They're just going to be okay, it's very likely that this will play out again in their opinion. So they're going about having certain times in the future where they're just going to say, regardless of market conditions, I'm going to sell X percentage of my holdings, and then just not really care about whether I absolutely nail it, and happy with not maximizing profits. So some people do this, but relatively uncommon.
Yeah, and again, but it's going to be automated. So that's kind of the things that as the advantage of having a time-based one is, again, you're taking the decision-making out of it, you're just using an automating system for it.
For sure.
And then I guess the last sell strategy, which is what Matt and me definitely employ and how we do it, is what we're calling the sentiment. And so that's the ability for us to have that insight into the market and following the markets. And we do use elements of those other strategies. We are looking at price targets. We are especially looking at date, and we take that information in with us as well as things like what is happening in the market in general, what's happening in global market conditions. We absorb all this information in, and we can base it off how we think the market's going, whether the market feels overheated, whether the market feels underheated. And so I guess that's the advantage that we have as full-time researchers in the space, is that we get to do that. And so obviously then we get to convey that to our members. where we think the market is, when we think it's overheating, and all those kind of elements of it. So this is a tough one unless you've got a lot of time. So if you're time poor, this is not a good one because, again, you can't automate this as you can in the previous ones. So if you don't have the time and the energy to be able to focus on the market, then having a sentiment-based approach is probably not the best. But the reason we employ it is because we think that is our best way to maximize our profits because we are following where the market's at. We are, I guess, living and breathing the market, so we get that sense of the market. We get that gut feeling about where it's going, and we believe that is our best way to maximize our profits. So I think this is, for us, the best way, and I think, we get to communicate that to the members. So if that's something you're interested in, then yeah, you can definitely have our insights on sentiment. But I'll also give you, I'm not going to just say, hey, you need to join us to be able to have that sentiment. I can give you the biggest insight as a trigger to when sentiment occurs. So for those who were around in November last year, in crypto, what happened in November last year, where we had Donald Trump got elected and he was a pro-crypto president, the market absolutely boomed off that information. So Bitcoin went up, from what, 70,000 to the $100,000 mark. And then we had all the other major coins doubling, tripling in the space of a couple of weeks. That was a euphoric sentiment. That was clearly a case of, hey, we are getting overheated. This is a euphoric moment in the market. So if you guys are sensing that in the market, and that's something that anybody from the outside can sense, that is the sentiment that I'm looking for, especially right now because we are later on in the cycle. That end of cycle sentiment is definitely something that I'm looking for to see now because I think if we feel that again, that to me is definitely a sign of the overheated market.
Yeah, well said. We've got a lot of great questions coming in, and we will answer some of them in the Q&A a bit later, but we'll get through some of them soon. I've had a lot of questions about, what do we plan to sell into? Are we selling into more Bitcoin? Are we selling into stable coins? Or, in our case here in Australia, AUD? For everyone, the answer is different. I know people who just want to take profits and stack more Bitcoin. For me personally, I'm looking to sell into stable coins, take enough, and then swap a decent chunk of those stable coins into Australian dollars to pay things like taxes. And then I will be looking, with that cash, I will personally be looking to buy more Bitcoin and major, large cap altcoins once we're a bit into the bear market. So that's my goal, but I don't know, are you similar?
Similar, obviously, yes, I need to bring some back to Australian dollars to pay taxes and things like that, but I'm also going to probably I'm going to sell a lot of it into stable coins because I guess I'm well knowledgeable in the space and I can go use some of the lending protocols and I can earn decent yield on that stable coins to be ready to, I guess, deploy again in the bear market because I guess in so many ways the bear market is where you can make your most money. So that's the kind of a tease to a degree that, okay, we've got some more left in the cycle, but also, on the other cycle is a bear market where everybody gets fearful. Well, that's to a degree probably when Matt and me start getting excited again because that's when the really big opportunities start coming around. So sticking around for cycles is probably the most important thing because having that money to deploy during the bear market is when you find the really big opportunities. But again, to answer the question directly, bring it back to your local currency, stack Bitcoin if you want to, because long term, why the hell not? Go into stable coins if you want. It's really up to you. I mean, I know a lot of people also have trouble getting dollars into crypto. The exchanges, getting money from the banks into the exchanges can be hard. So there's an argument to just, hey, leave it in crypto, but it's whatever you're comfortable with really, and it's up to you. There's no right or wrong answer to that. The right answer is taking profits and doing something with them.
Yeah, it's worth double tapping on that idea of bear markets actually in a weird way being more exciting for us as investors. I say that to different people over the years and they sort of do screw their face up a bit. Me personally, and we can only speak from experience, but I've made the most money and my most successful crypto investments have all started in the bear market and been realized in the bull market. Sure, you can get some nice momentum plays within a given bull market and even within a given bear market sometimes, but more so in terms of multiple X's and getting those seriously life-changing investments, a lot of those seeds are planted in the bear market, which is, again, selfishly, I have one eye on that, almost having a watch list of altcoins that I'm most excited to be monitoring in the bear market to see whether they can sustain their level of adoption. And once their token vesting and all of that has gotten a bit more progressed, I think that will be a green light for me to, again, start to have some longer term investments once we enter that bear market executing that sell strategy once that next bull market comes. But of course, between now and the end of this bull market, I still, as I said earlier, I still haven't really sold, I haven't sold anything in terms of my long-term holdings so far in the bull market, even though a lot of those investments happened, multiple years ago. And I've been adding to them in recent times, like Rect, for example, which we did a post about recently as one of our last potentially altcoin investments for this bull market. So again, this stuff about sell strategy, yes, apply it, try to apply it and really get your head around it for this bull market, but certainly have that realization that you can really have a longer term perspective on this sort of stuff and have potentially life-changing gains realized by the time the next bull market comes.
Yeah. And one of the things when we're talking about selling here, so you do actually need to execute your plans. But one of the things that you've got to be wary of is we talked about price targets. I said the con of the price target is that if you've got a price target that is maybe overly aggressive and the chart's kind of heading up towards it and it doesn't ever actually reach it, it starts coming back down, you get fixated on that price to a degree. And so this is where at least following the market to a degree is important, because having a price target is great, but then the question is what if it doesn't get there? And so you do need to spend some time understanding what's going on, because there's no point in having a price target up here and never getting there and price starting to come back down. You're fixated on that and it never gets back there, and then you just hold it until it keeps going down again. So, having a target is great, but you need to actually watch the market as well to see that target's not going to get hit.
And there's some good discussion about, is it too late, really, or should we just keep our powder dry for the next potential bear market whenever that does come? And if you are just joining in a bit late, we did have a session on that earlier. Like, again, to recap quickly, we went over sort of historically in the short crypto, the lack of data we really have to go off. We really only had 2 market cycles. Both of them, to summarize, would suggest that we're getting close to the bull market top. Both me and Simon share the opinion that this whole concept of a 4-year cycle is really not going to be talked about like when we go into the future. I think it will very quickly, not too distant future, be a thing of the past, where we're like, hey, remember that 4-year cycle thing? Like, in my strong opinion, I firmly believe that it's happened more so as a coincidence twice. People are sort of getting a bit fearful at the moment, being like, hey, the 4-year cycle suggests we really only have a matter of weeks potentially left of this bull market. I'm willing to stick my neck out there and say, and selfishly, my portfolio is positioned to reflect my view that this 4-year cycle is not going to, come out and stay and hold once again. So therefore, I'm saying this bull market, you're asking, is it too late? I still think this bull market has until the end of this year based on current information. But of course, that's my opinion. Could be wrong, of course.
Are we too late? Like, it's kind of like, the zooming out effect. It's like, well, what's your time horizon? Because if you're talking about, are we too late to invest in Bitcoin? And I'm thinking, in 5-10 years' time, the answer is clearly no, because Bitcoin has been the most, successful asset ever, basically, is the answer to that question. So are you too late for Bitcoin? No, probably not. And will Bitcoin have a large downturn? Well, there's plenty of things to say that it won't, because of so much institutional investing. There's governments buying it. There's these ETFs which are just sucking up so much of the supply. So there's a lot of buying pressure because people have now seen the store of value story that Bitcoin is. And so I think there's plenty of buying pressure on Bitcoin to prevent it having, an 80% crash like it did last cycle. So I do think the 80% crashes are probably over for Bitcoin. I don't think they're over for altcoins. And so that's the important distinction of am I too late? Are you too late for Bitcoin? I don't think you're ever too late for Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin will just keep trending up over time. So that longer time horizon, great. Are you too late for altcoins? I still think no in the space of this cycle, because I think there's still plenty of upside in this cycle. Because if we talk about an altcoin, you say, you could double your money in the next 3 to 6 months, which is truly possible with a lot of these altcoins. But that's an outrageous return. You can't get that anywhere else. So that's clearly, you're not too late for that either. But there is downside risk to that. So yes, I do believe altcoins will have a much more protracted downturn. I do believe they will go down significantly more. So that's your risk to reward here, isn't it, guys? Are you too late? No, I don't think so. You're definitely not too late to Bitcoin. Are you too late for altcoins? No, I don't think so. But you are closer to the end than the start. And so there is a lot more to, I guess, think about when it comes to altcoins.
Yeah, for sure. We might leave it there and get Ben up in a 30 seconds or so. We'll let him get ready there. But I think the main thing, get out of your head that idea of like a 10x or a 6x. You know, having something like 1,000% gain on a meme coin, sure, is that's happening every day technically, but you know they're very much romanticized, and you only hear about the winners. That idea of having like mid caps or large cap altcoins doing an 8x or a 9x within the next 6 months, I think is outrageous and like is just garbage, really. Yeah. So if they can do a 2x from here, some of them might do up towards a 3x. That's still extremely successful as an outcome, if that even does happen. Which again, where can you get that anywhere else? You know, it's hard. You'll be hard pressed to find another market.
Yeah, and you know, guys, make sure you sell, because I don't know anybody who's been upset about making money.
Yeah.
So taking profits is a good thing. There's never a bad time to take profits.
Alrighty.
Welcome back, Benny.
Thank you, boys. That was absolutely awesome, as always. And 900 now watching in, listening to the sell strategy, fellas. So
we'll get back to some questions.
Yeah, we will. So lots of questions coming in. Keep them firing in, folks. We're starring them. And yeah, we'll bring Matt and Simon back out very soon to do Q&A. So thanks, boys.
Do that, mate.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
How was that, everyone? Everyone enjoying it? Wow, over 900. I think that is getting towards a record, I think, for us at Collective Shift. Absolutely awesome. Let us know, is that coming through loud and clear? You guys are enjoying everything so far? I'm about to talk about how to grow your portfolio as a busy, time-poor investor. We're bringing it home. We've got some exclusive insights and also really, really exclusive bonuses that we've never shared before publicly that I'm literally about to share with you for all being here live on this session. I'm going to share with you all how you can get access to Matt, Simon, Travis, myself, the coaching, the strategies, the process. So you can actually come and not have to do this on your own. You can actually work with us and we can help you implement it and really take a part in your success. So you guys enjoying this? Paul, loving the honesty. Yep, fantastic. Let me know if you're enjoying things in the chat. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a yep. Great to hear. There's lots of great questions as well. So yeah, as I mentioned, we're going to get Matt and Simon back out very soon to do the final Q&A. Loud and clear. E, awesome. Everyone else enjoying it. Fantastic. Brilliant. Awesome. Well, I'm about to get into how to grow your crypto portfolio as a time-poor investor with that proven structure and strategy. I'm going to share with you my updated strategy, how I'm buying altcoins right now, how I'm building my wealth, how I think about my exit strategy, and how to actually take advantage of these corrections we're in right now. David, making me more anxious. Glorious, but good stuff, guys. Well done. EK, great. Awesome. Sweet, mate. Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic. Cool. Let's get into it. So I'm going to share this. Then I'm going to share with these exclusive bonuses and how you can work with us. And then we're going to bring back on Matt and Simon to do Q&A in just a second. So the opportunity, folks, is in the corrections, all right? When we have corrections happen like we are in the bull market, this is normal. Every bull market has corrections. In fact, in the last bull market, we had 10% plus corrections more than 15 times on the way from the lows to the highs. The chart you can see here on the right hand of my screen, this is Ethereum, all right? Literally what we've seen in the last few days, people that aren't educated, that don't understand crypto and not sure how to take advantage of opportunities get worried. They get panicked, but they don't zoom out. And if you zoom out and see literally what's happened over the last 2 months, Ethereum's up nearly 130%, all right, in a 55, 60-day period, and we have a 15% correction, and everyone throws the towel in and thinks the bull market's over. These are the corrections for buying. This is what we should be accumulating in bull markets. Unless there's something fundamentally that's changed, bull markets are for buying when the dips happen, all right? And this is where I updated our Platinum clients as one of the benefits you get is around the alerts and when we buy and sell things to follow along. You can see here, this was an insight I posted to the team on Wednesday around how I'm dollar cost averaging, what percentage I'm buying, when I'm buying, and why. So if you're super time poor and you're not sure how to break through and really see where these insights are, what we do is literally share with you exactly what the investments are and why. And this is really, really beneficial if you're new to crypto, and especially with that volatility. A lot of people are not prepared for that volatility that comes in bull markets, and that's something that can be scary. But when you know this market properly, those corrections will really accumulate. I'm going to talk about ETH in a second, folks. Yeah, I know there's a lot to take in. Joanne, fantastic stuff. Loving the dip. Yeah, dips are great. All right, and ultimately, what I want to talk to you about now is the 3 distinct wealth paradigms. These are the big 3 levels of wealth that sort of unlock different stages of your investment journey, all right? So when thinking about your investment process, your strategy, the number one thing I like to start with is your goals, all right? So to give you some context to help you set what your goals are, because maybe you don't know what your goals should be, the number one sort of level in terms of getting to these wealth paradigms is the security level. And this is 1 million in liquid investable assets. Once you get to 1 million in liquid investable assets, this is starting to get to a point where your core needs are being met. All right, so this could be $1 million in crypto, could be $1 million in investment property. This is not your home occupier property. This is something that is an investable asset. All right, this is when you can start to reduce your debts and you start to have that foundation for security. Right, this is the level that sort of gets you started on that financial wealth journey. All right. The next one is $3 to $6 million in investable assets. This is when you can start to get that lifestyle enhancements level, all right? This is when you're starting to go on a few more holidays, maybe you're renovating the family house, debts are relatively small or cleared, maybe you've got a couple of investment properties, your crypto is really building up, all right? And now wealth is now funding greater comfort and enjoyment for your life, all right? That's number two. So if you're thinking about trying to get to that next level, 3 to 6 million. And then the third one is abundance and identity. Ultimately, to get to financial freedom, based on a lot of work that we work with high net worth financial advisors on, 10 million in investable liquid assets at a minimum level, let's say gives you 10% a year, is giving you $1 million every year cash flowing, all right? Financial freedom is no longer in question. This is where you can start to talk about what those next steps are in life. Maybe you're not working, maybe your partner's retired, and you're starting to think about the legacy and the impact you're going to have on your future generation of kids. And this is a big one that we work with clients on that are wanting to pass their crypto wealth down to their children. That abundancy and identity at 10 million plus is sort of the level. Now, obviously between 10 and 50 million, there's a big range there, but ultimately from a lifestyle perspective, doesn't make a huge impact. I'm not at 50 million yet, but 50 million plus is now you're in the private jet range and in the island range. Between that 10 to 50 million dollar range, it doesn't make a huge amount of impact. That 10 million in liquid investable assets though, is sort of that upper echelon on that next journey in sort of hitting those financial freedom piece, but also the time aspect and getting back your time. All right. So that's a little way to start thinking about your goals if you're not too sure. Now, if you're wondering how to grow your portfolio, there's three main ways to grow your crypto portfolio, all right? The first and obvious one is to buy more crypto. Now, when I started, I had no crypto. I didn't start out with anything. I was refereeing basketball when I was 15, 16 to try and generate cash. And I started to accumulate crypto when I was about 17, starting off with nothing through automation and compounding. Over the last 9 years, I've literally just been buying and trying to get as much cash as I can to enter and build my portfolio in the market, all right? So the first one is to try and build more income. All right, you can start to think about, whether this is dividends, bonuses, increasing your income through your salary, whatever it might be, accumulate. All right, for 2 years back in 2018 and 2019, I took my entire salary in Bitcoin, on and off for a couple of years because I need to pay for expenses. But there's a great service called Get Paid in Bitcoin, and you actually connect up your income to that service, and it automatically buys Bitcoin each and every week. You have to automate and accumulate. You have to find the capital to buy and grow, and that is how you, at the stage one, grow your portfolio. Number two is Ethereum literally up, 100% in the last couple of months. We've seen Bitcoin up 100% in the last 12 months. A lot of the altcoins are starting to move. You can really time these cycles by growing those investments, taking profits at the right time, and then investing back in the bear market. And that's where a lot of my growth returns, a lot of our clients come from, by able to be timing the markets and playing the cycles. A lot of you that have round trip, you would have noticed, obviously you're making a lot of gains on paper, but then you give it all back in the bear market. This is where I've made a lot of money. I sold a lot of my profits back in the metaverse. I was able to take that capital aside, work on my business, generate more income, and then invest so heavily in the bear market. So a lot of the questions we get when clients are signing up is, what's the plan in the bear market? Well, that's the part to get excited about. You need to take advantage of what's happening in these next few months from the bull market to get prepared for the bear market to go again. All right? And that third part is about time. And not taking profits at the right time and completely muck up their portfolio by trying to time short-term periods of the cycles. So timing is so important in being able to accumulate at the right time, not buying everything at the top, but accumulating your long-term stack and also accumulating those altcoins at the right time and not continuing to buy the top. all right? The next one is like talking about my strategy, all right? Now I have two strategies. There's my long-term crypto strategy and my short-term strategy, all right? My long-term strategy is wealth creation, and that is through Bitcoin. I believe Bitcoin is the best asset class in the world, and I think I'm breaking up. Every time you zoom in, it freezes. Am I all right, boys? Yeah, cool. I think the chat, can you guys hear me? I'm breaking up for about 10 seconds. Volume issues for me, breaking up. You guys hear me all right? Am I coming through loud and clear? No. Hopefully you can hear me, Ben, San. We can hear you. Eva, can you hear me? All good now? We're back? All good, Dominic? Cool. So I want to keep all good now. I want to keep going. So my long-term strategy is about building my long-term wealth through Bitcoin, all right? Bitcoin is the digital gold, and I believe Bitcoin is going to be in the hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million in the next 5 to 10 years, all right? You guys are good when the second screen is only view our leisure feed. Cool. Awesome. People think that you shouldn't buy Bitcoin when we're at the top of the market. I believe Bitcoin is so undervalued right now. All right, I bought $100,000 of Bitcoin the other day. I put this on my social media as an example to showcase that I'm not price sensitive on Bitcoin. In fact, I don't own anywhere enough Bitcoin. I believe Bitcoin is the wealth creation asset and also the wealth preservation asset. And I'll show you in a second how I plan to use Bitcoin to generate cash flow and income. All right. The other part here is about how to generate passive income. And I know a lot of you, are looking to crypto to try and generate passive income, maybe retire, reduce the amount of time you're at work. Crypto is actually the worst asset to generate income. Crypto is not a cash generating asset. It grows in value as an asset value, but it doesn't generate income. All right, so there's two options. One, you can sell it down when you're in retirement and pay for things. But the other one is I use crypto and Bitcoin to grow my capital and then move it into capital generating assets to generate cash flow, like property or an income generating ETF or a stock portfolio. All right, so many people try and get into DeFi and like yield farming and AI bots and all this crazy stuff to try and generate income. They are short-term things. People promise the world with these sorts of things, and they don't eventuate. All right, they might have short-term life cycles, but when you're playing with real money and build big capital, you really want to build up your Bitcoin stack and then use other income-generating assets like property to bring in that income, and that's the ultimate goal. All right, so I use property for cash flow and then Bitcoin for capital growth. All right, and it's really important, as I mentioned before, this is my long-term strategy. Bitcoin and altcoins for me are two completely separate asset classes, and I'll talk about altcoins in a second, but Bitcoin is the asset for me that I want to continue to buy. We've got, as money is printed, the fiat currency continues to be devalued. If you've got cash in the bank, if you've got cash in your business, it is being devalued every single day, every single hour, every single year. It is going down in value. You need to think about assets that are going to give you that growth, and obviously a lot of you here today know that, but if you're new to this space, that is the big thing for Bitcoin. All right, so if you want to really escape the rat race, that is the asset to do that. All right. Now, with my short-term strategy, so altcoins is what I use in the short term to leverage up my portfolio to buy more Bitcoin. That's the only reason I hold altcoins. If your altcoins are not outperforming Bitcoin, well, then there's a question to be said about why you're holding it. For me, it all comes down to risk and reward. And you heard our analysts talk about why we invest in certain things. It's about risk to reward. You are taking a lot of risk to invest in altcoins. And if it is not outperforming Bitcoin, well, then why are you investing in it? There is millions and millions and millions of coins this cycle. It is not the same as 2021. It is not the same as 2017. You cannot just hold and hope anymore. I was actually speaking to a client this morning, doing a one-on-one with him in our platinum service, and we're looking at some of the assets he has. Bitcoin's up 100%, and he was holding a couple of projects from the 2021 bull market that are down 50% this year. All right, so many projects are no longer going to outperform, and our research shows that. Every cycle, what we continue to see is that assets that outperform in the first half of the cycle continue to outperform. And those that don't outperform in the first half and are underperform continue to underperform. But yet so many people I speak to are still holding altcoins that are down and not performing, hoping it'll come back. All right, hope is not a strategy anymore, guys. You cannot just hold things and hope it comes back. All right? The next one is using the cash to sell down those altcoins once those targets hit. And this is where I've been already halfway through this bull market, being able to take really, really great profits and start to build my Bitcoin stack and also my property stack. So Maple syrup I spoke about at the start is up 1,000%. I took profits on this a couple of months ago. I'm in the process of buying my mum and dad a house, which is absolutely epic. All right, and this is midway through the cycle, and I too believe that these altcoins will continue to outperform. How did I get in a project that was up 1,000%? Well, it's all about, for me, it's about narrative alignment. It's about the asset being undervalued and having good fundamentals, all right? So for Syrup, it was perfect timing. It was after the FTX collapse. We had that narrative that, DeFi was dead. The government in the US were basically, shutting down crypto. But this project had real fundamentals. It had growing TVL. The amount of money that was put in, it was a DeFi project, was growing, but yet the market cap of the asset was not growing. All right, and I saw this as Matt and Simon said at the start. It's a real-world project solving real-world things, and it's generating revenue. And that revenue comes back to token holders, right? And it was severely undervalued. So I went high conviction. I had patience. I doubled down while others, panicked. This was only back in April. This project was about 5 cents, and it recently hit 60 cents. All right, that's up 10x in just a few months. That's from conviction and research and data, right? And that's the real collective shift edge. Another one that I recently took profits on was a MemeFi project, and up 1,000%. This is one that we share with our members. And again, a lot of things we have to hold back for our members. We can't share them all for free, but this is what you get access to with jumping on as a client. If you're interested, I'll share with you at the end how you can get access to these, because this is essentially what we're investing in on our own. The other one's Solana. Matt spoke about this. I'm big on Solana. I've got a large percentage of my portfolio in Solana at $22. It hit $200 the other day. Sui was a big one. I shared this back on October 15th last year. Literally just before Sui pumped from $2 to $3.60, sitting there about now, went up to about $4. All right. We put out this research based on the data that we have, based on the analysts that I have, because I'm too busy to be looking at everything in the markets. No individual can stay across everything, and that's why we have the analysts to look at these sorts of things, to showcase the research and predict what's coming up, and that's where we get the growth. All right. Now, I want to help you with your 7-step strategy process. We won't go through all of the 7 steps, but this is the document that we shared at the start. Maybe one of the team can share the link again. This 7-step process is the process that we take all of our clients through. In fact, we have a one-on-one education session with all of our clients to help them build this exact process. I'm going to share with you a little bit about how you can build it yourself. In that document that you should all have as a bonus for being here, we've got all the instructions. But I want to take you through this and showcase to you that this is how a strategy makes all the difference. And when people come into crypto, they don't have a strategy. Kieran didn't. He invested at the absolute worst time. He was down so much. Then he joined us, had a one-on-one education session with me, and was up 2.5x. All right, and you can see this case study on our website. Chris was another one, had no sell strategy, had never taken profits, sold a couple of Bitcoin at the top, paid off his mortgage, and now he's debt-free. All right, and that's because having a sell strategy and a process is the actual difference there, not just shooting from the hip, listening to someone online, and not taking anyone's sort of thoughts and goals into concept. All right. So the first thing you need to think about, what are your goals? Why are you even into crypto? All right. And what is your exit strategy? These are the sort of core 3 things. I always start when we do our coaching sessions with our clients, we do strategy sessions, what are your goals? Are you into crypto to diversify? Are you here for wealth creation? Are you bringing money from property? Are you investing off your balance sheet? Are you trying to maximize returns? Why are you even here? For me, when I first started, it was to get out of cash and be in an asset that I thought was not going to be devalued over time. Then it was to take advantage of the massive opportunity that I saw in the metaverse and to take profits and build my company Collective Shift, and that was 5 years ago. Now it's to grow my wealth, maintain it, and to diversify, to be basically financially free. And that's my goal, all right? And I have my exit strategy inside that. What's your time horizon? How quickly do you need to achieve your goals? Are you in retirement? I work with clients that are in retirement in their SMSF, or maybe they're just younger, they've just started a family. Maybe you're career-driven, you're in your business. What level of risk are you willing to accept? And that's going to dictate what your portfolio will look like. So many people just think, oh, what should I buy and how much should I buy it? There's so many other things that you need to think about to actually build a proper strategy, because that is a surefire way to just honestly losing. All right? If you're just shooting from the hip, listening to someone online, buying something because you think it's going to go up, not only are you buying just random things, if you don't have that exit plan in order, you don't have the time horizon, you don't know what risk you're going to take, how do you stomach these dips? When the market goes down 15 or 20%, are you panicking or are you buying more? All right? And that's that big piece about accountability as well. Thank you, Alice. Alice just shared that 7-step process in the chat. Now, Matt and Simon walked through this. This is our shift list, all right? This is our token analysis framework that updates live in our member platform for our clients, all right? So you get access to the shift list, and this is where we look at portfolio structure from risk to reward. Risk to reward is so important in crypto, all right? If you're taking all this risk to invest in an altcoin, you need to make sure it's got the reward. If you don't have the reward, well, then why are you taking the risk? And that's where the shift list really comes in. It has dynamic pricing and everything in there to take advantage. Now, I know there's been a lot of questions about tax. We're not tax advisors. We can't provide tax advice. But there is also so many sensible tax efficiency things you need to be aware of, tax structures. Also be aware of capital gains discount if you're in Australia, knowing the CGT discount if you're in the US, knowing what structures you utilize. Tax and structuring is so important as you grow because this is where you can get really caught out when you're taking profits, all right? We have some really amazing tax bonuses in our Platinum Invest Operating Bundle that I'm going to share with you very soon, where you can actually get access to tax professionals, tax advisors for free as part of our program, as we have a lot of partners involved. Risk tolerance, which I spoke about. What is the risk? What is your buy strategy? Like, what are you buying and when? Bill is one of our Platinum clients. He's a property investor. He made $120,000 from seeing one of our alerts in the WhatsApp group on a higher risk play, buying it Trump at $9 and sold at $63, and he made $120,000 and paid for his collective shift fee for a few years. All right. Now, he just didn't do that randomly. He had an exit strategy, he had a buy strategy, and I worked with him to develop that. He's a busy guy. He's got a lot of property. He's a busy dad. He's got lots of things going on. He's got businesses, and he was able to make that through that program. And that is exactly, some of the benefits you get from having that strategy and working with us. And then the sell strategy, Matt and Simon spoke about that. All right, and that's where the big part around dollar cost averaging, sentiment, Bitcoin growth. This is where I think about sell strategy, and I share all those insights back in the group. Awesome. Now, the other parts I want to share before getting into these exclusive bonuses, talking about the tax, talking about the other booklet, which we're all going to get for free in a second, is how to grow your portfolio when you are busy. People don't talk about this online, all right? When you go to YouTube or you go to Twitter and you listen to people online, everyone is just talking the opposite of this because they want you to watch their videos because that's how they make money, all right? The way we make money is helping our clients make money. That's the only way. If they don't make money, we don't. And we tell you the truth. And the truth is, if you are busy, don't chase narratives. Stake your assets where possible. And there's been a couple of conversations in the chat about staking your assets. Staking is good to offset the inflation rates of tokens. Cold storage, moving into cold storage, thinking long term, don't trade. So many people get into crypto and think they want to generate like this income and generate fast returns. Don't trade and don't fuck around, all right? You can really easily lose a lot of money buying into these influencers that sell you the dream, quitting your 9 to 5 to become a trader. It is so much harder than that. Like, do you honestly think if it was that easy to quit your 9 to 5 and become a trader that everyone would do it? All right, exactly. It's rubbish. I'm not a trader. I'm a long-term investor, and that's where I make my money. So many people try and get into trading, and it's very, very, very difficult. All right, so just be aware of that. And last one is add to your positions when you have cash available and when there's dips. The opportunity is now, folks. We're in these corrections. You see every bull market, these corrections happen. This market is going one way. We have these corrections because of liquidations. The markets ran really hot for a few weeks, and these are pullback. These are perfect buying opportunities. All right, I shared with you why I was buying back on Wednesday. All making sense so far? Awesome. Wow, nearly 1,000 people live. Absolutely crazy. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. We're about to share some of those free bonuses that I just mentioned to all of you for showing up. I want to talk about, for all of you that are high net worths, all right? This is our High Net Worth Investor Summit. These are some really interesting insights, tactics to utilize. If you have more than $100,000 in crypto, if you're investing or selling more than $25,000 at a time, you want to look at using OTC. All right, OTC is over the counter, and that is over the counter trading with exchanges. You are getting wiped out on some of these exchanges, guys, when you're trading. Some of these exchanges charge up to 2, 3, 4%. Over the counter is going to give you the cheapest rates and cheapest fees when getting in and out of crypto. All right. If you need help with that, again, one of our benefits is we have a lot of partners we can do introductions to with our clients, which is save people literally tens of thousands of dollars. Accountability and alerts. Having that accountability is so important because when the market's pumping, you need someone to tap you on the shoulder. All right? Maybe it's a friend. Maybe it's your mum. Maybe it's collective shift. That is what we do. All right? Strategy, having that short and long term. Lending, there's also some really great lending opportunities out there now. You can think about different ways to lend. Looking at those goals, that 1 to 10 million goal range, on-chain or off-chain. Tax and structuring is a massive one. Again, another one that we work with to help you with the tax strategy. Risk to reward I spoke about, sell strategies, getting your sell strategy dialed in, automation, and Bitcoin and property. All right, and that's a really big one when people think that crypto just revolves around crypto. No, it's led by macro, it's led by other investments. All right, and that's really important. So what we've learned so far today, and we're about to get into the best part, but this is what we've gone through so far, which is incredible. How to build a clear, simple, strategic portfolio strategy, 4 proven exit strategies serious investors use, how to avoid round-tripping life-changing profits, the framework to navigate market uncertainty, how serious investors think differently from small players, how to stay disciplined, not emotional, how to filter out noise, hype, and misleading influences, and how to deploy larger capital safely. Is everyone gotten so much out of today already? Like, honestly, just from what you've learned today, you can go and implement, and it's going to be absolutely bananas on the impact it's going to make on your portfolio. All right, but we've saved the best to last. And there's only 1,000 people here, which is great. I just want to let me know in the chat how you guys are thinking. Are you enjoyed today? What's been your favorite part? Has it been good? Wow, 980 people in the chat. Michael says hectic. Trevor, awesome stuff. We haven't even started in terms of where this is about to get, guys. It's about to get absolutely crazy. We're about to do stuff that we've never, ever done publicly and going to give you guys all the chance, only here to live today, that you're going to get access to this, which is going to be insane. All right, so hopefully you're pumped up. Anna's, it's been great. Glenn, good. Sarah, brilliant. Kevin, Suey, clear and precise. Love it, mate. Thank you, Chris. Awesome. Cool. Things are about to get pretty awesome. Okay. Now, I'm getting a feeling that everyone's enjoying it so far. Great presentation. Safe. Yep. Honestly, even if you could just use a fraction of what we've covered today, you're going to massively increase your chances of success, honestly. All right? And hopefully you're all pumped up to see the amazing results that's about to happen. Always great insights. Very good, safe and trusted. This has been the best session. Hey, we haven't even started yet, man. This is about to get crazy. Now, the hard truth is, folks, before we get to the Q&A and before I sort of share these exclusive bonuses you're about to all get access to, is that information alone is not going to change your life, all right? Strategy without implementation is just wasted opportunity, all right? And clarity without action is missed opportunity. So to bridge the gap between all the information and implementation, that is a huge gap, all right? And psychologists say within 48 hours, most of what we taught you today is going to be forgotten, all right? In a couple of weeks, you may not even remember who we are, nor the summit existed, let alone what we covered, all right? And I know a lot of you maybe took notes. I'm a big note taker, but let's all be honest. It's good to take notes, all right? But no one's looking at it. It's going to the notes graveyard, isn't it? You're going to write it down and never look at it again. Lost, forgotten, into the ether. And you're going to go back to your day-to-day, get busy, and then you're going to forget about your portfolio, forget about the market, all right, until it runs up again. And that is because crypto moves faster than ever, and the space is not waiting. All right? The market won't pause. More coins will pump. Sentiment's going to shift. Markets are going to move. And if you're not ready, the market top will be in and you're going to miss it again. All right? And the reality is, everything we've tried to cram in today is such a small part of what's actually happening. All right? We know you are busy. You've got so much going on, your career, your family, your life. Like, let's not actually joke around. All right? You guys are busy. So there's 2 options. And like most conferences, you rock up, you get the information, it's static in time. Crypto is the opposite of static. All right? Investments are not static. You're going to try and implement it alone, and within days or weeks, something will change, a market will move, Trump will say something, liquidity will change, crypto will change, and it's all going to be outdated. All right? And that's when bad decisions happen, and that's when people round trip, because that's what you're doing now. You're watching people online, watching a YouTube video that may not even be relevant, and then it moves the next day. But what if there was another option? All right? What if there was another option where you got constant real-time information updated every single minute, where all of your investment strategy evolved around the market? We had direct access to guidance, support, the coaching, and implementation to take all of what we said today to you personally. All right, and what if we did this together? Like, what if I played and the team played an actual active role in your results? What if we actually took a responsibility and obligation to you winning? All right, can you see how that will change the game? What if we actually stacked all the deck in your favor to win? What if we gave you everything today, all right, including my team, the shortcuts, the support system, my 9 years of experience, my insights, to go way deeper than we ever have before to make your success pretty much inevitable? And that's why I'm introducing to you the Platinum membership. All right, now what is the Collective Shift Platinum membership? Well, the Collective Shift Platinum membership is an elite level access, personalized strategy, professional research, and high touch investor support all year round. All right, so you get a mix of your crypto coach, a crypto research desk, a mastermind community, outsourced, done-for-you investment insights, and brokerage-style alerts. All right? And this is where I got started. This is back in Tassie, sharing a bunk bed with my brother. Had no money behind me. I went all in on crypto, turned it into 7 figures, nearly lost it all 8 years ago, and build it back up through the same processes and systems we teach today. And that is what made all the difference. When I made my first big investment into the team we have today to help me succeed, the same team I now spend over $200,000 a month to give me the best possible insights with confidence that I share back. And that fast-tracked my way to success, not having to do it all alone. Right? With the right team in my corner, I avoided all the mistakes and my portfolio exploded. All right? And now, what I realized after 9 years, and I started this company 5 years ago, what if I could extend that gift to others too? Like, what if I could bring others on the journey and avoid all that other crap that so many people online have and only get paid, all right, if we are actually achieving the results that you want, using the same research and tools that I use. And that was the business model. And do you see how that's a win-win? And that's how I built Collective Shift. I said no to the shills, no to the advertising, no bullshit, and I only had one share goal, to share with you the same process that I've been utilizing with the team to help others do the same, all right? And no one has ever done that in crypto. I know because I used to work for a crypto YouTube influencer. Everyone does the opposite. No one wants to take ownership in actually helping you win, all right? And that is the part around this bull market and why it's more important than ever. Because if you're investing a significant amount of money alone, probably with your stocks, you've got a financial advisor, an accountant, a personal trainer, maybe with your property, you've got a buyer's agent. Like, who have you got in crypto? Some random bloke on YouTube you've never met who's just shilling you the next altcoin. This is what Platinum solves. Now, again, I'm about to share with you these bonuses that we're only sharing today. I just want to quickly share with you what this is, and then I'm going to share with you what you're all getting in a second. The Platinum product is not for everyone, all right? It is specifically perfect for you if you have more than $100,000 in crypto, or you're wanting to invest $100,000 or more in the next few months. If you've round trip gains before, or you're busy, or you don't want to do it again, all right? If you're time poor, juggling a career, you got a family, and you value being surrounded by a high caliber community, all right? And you look at crypto as a long-term play, as a balanced investment, not a high-risk play, all right? Now, who's it not for? If you're not serious about making money long-term, that's not for you. If you're looking for the gambling 10x overnight, absolutely not for you. Please leave now. If you're not ready to be coached, take action, not for you, all right? And it's really, really important that we do not accept everyone. And it's a very curated, vetted process, all right? And that's the good and the bad news, all right? And I hope you're excited because this next little bit I'm really pumped for. We've been working on this for a little while. The good news is if we've opened up some limited spots for the Platinum membership, all right? These are applications for people that are on today's call that will get access to apply to join to see if it's a good fit, all right? But there's absolutely no guarantee that you'll be invited to join. This is a very exclusive group. We don't work with everyone. In fact, we're very selective on who we work with because for us, it's not about the money. It's about finding good people we can help grow to actually create great results, all right? And we want to make sure you're a good fit for the group. Now, the bad news is there's only a very limited amount of call times. We only have 2 member success member growth team members to take these calls, and once these daily spots are filled, there's no more time we can open up on those daily levels. To put in perspective, last summit we had 25 new clients sign up, and we hit our capacity with 500 registrations for the summit. This summit we've had 1,700 registrations. There's 3x the amount of people that are on this stream, meaning that investors want what we're about to give the best chance at success. All right, so if you want to guarantee an application call, you'll need to act quickly to apply when I share with you how you can actually apply. All right, that's going to be just after I share with you these bonuses. So what do you actually get as a member? Well, I've literally had 250 plus one-on-one sessions, education calls with our Platinum clients over the last 2 years to work with them one-on-one to understand exactly what they need to succeed. I've literally worked with everybody, from old, young, male, female, rich, poor. I've literally spoken to everyone, all right? I've actually I did the calculations, 15,000 hours speaking one-on-one with busy investors to build this product to be the best, all right? And I'm going to share with you all the problems you probably all have today and how we can solve that, all right? Now, before we get into that, I want to go back to, at the start, I had two things I said at the start I was going to help people with. There was the $0 to $100,000 portfolio, those up-and-comers, and there was $100,000 plus. So I'm about to share with you, if you're $100,000 plus, obviously what you can get in this program. But for those of you that are in that $0 to $100,000 range, I want to share with you the Altcoin Mastery Blueprint PDF that we've never shared before publicly. It's a member-only benefit. And I'm going to get the team to share that in the chat. This is an altcoin mastery blueprint that talks about fundamental analysis, sentiment analysis, and on-chain analysis as a checklist to look at how to invest and think about investing into altcoins. All right, so I'll get the team to post that now. I'll get the link in there. So all of you are going to get this completely for free. People literally pay thousands of dollars to get access to this checklist, and we're giving it all to you today for free, just for being here. As a thank you from us. All right. So that link's just gone in there. Amazing. You guys are loving it. Fantastic. Cool. Hopefully you can all access. That's a PDF printed out. That is going to help you invest into altcoins. And it's the same checklist that we utilize to take advantage of altcoins. All right. So if you're from 0 to 100,000, grab that checklist. Our gift to you. All right, for joining. No worries, Chris. All good. Thanks, guys. Everyone loving it. Anna, thank you. Lots of emojis. Wow, nearly 1,000 people. That's fantastic. You guys loving it. Brilliant. Thank you, Eva. No worries. Thanks for coming. Now, for the real money makers, the $100,000 plus, all right, this product is built for you. And this is what I heard from those 15,000 hours of content that I did for our platinum clients. Now, we've got a little, I think my little features down here. This is a world's first, guys. Absolute crazy stuff. So, what you're about to see is an exclusive that we've never done before publicly, and I want to make sure this is super clear, that there is so little spots we have available in this platinum program, and the bonuses we're about to offer we've never done before. And literally before I came up, there was already 5 people that have booked application calls before we've even spoken about it. I don't even know how people have found it. So just be aware of that as we go through this, that there's very limited spots. Okay, number 1. So the first thing we heard is you're overwhelmed from conflicting advice with no clear plan. That's what I heard from so many people. So what we built, all right, was the Platinum Concierge onboarding feature. What you get after signing up is we assign a concierge to help you build your plan from day one. As soon as you sign up, you get that Platinum Concierge booking with one of our client success managers, all right? And they're going to walk you through step by step exactly how to get the most out of the Platinum program. Whether you're new, old, young, whether you're experienced, whether you're new to crypto, it is a customized plan to help you succeed in the program. And Alex is one of our high net worth clients. He talks about investing, is about emotions. And if you can control these emotions and have the strategy to know when to sell and hold, I can't talk highly enough about Collective Shift Platinum. All right, another one, Peter talks about having that personalized plan to help him in this chaotic world of crypto is the key to success. All right, and that is the benefit of that concierge service. So that's feature number 1. By the way, guys, there is so many features and there's bonuses that I'm about to share with you that is going to blow you away. Now, next one. What I heard was you don't know what to buy and you don't know how to stay up to date with all the noise. All right, this is a big one. This is a constant one we get all the time. You don't know what to buy, so it's too noisy. So what we built was our own crypto investor intelligence platform, all right? This is the research product that you saw today, the shift list that Matt and Simon walked through. One login, one feed, the shift list, all of our research product, everything you need so there's no more guesswork, no more tabs, no more different things you need to be looking at, all in one place, all right? Reese is a small business owner. He joined up a few years ago, made a 50x from one of our investments. Now, I'm by no means am I claiming going to make that sort of money anymore. This was back in the early days. But the research reports make it so easy for him to make decisions on where to invest, all right? We just give you the tools to invest on the back of it. Sandra is a tech professional from the UAE. Joining Collective Shift has educated her and given back so much of her time to make her, give her informed, strategic, and valuable moves for her portfolio, all right? So that's the second thing you're going to get. You're going to get the concierge service, and then you're going to get instant access to the platform. Now, the next thing, you are lonely in crypto. With no peer check, you don't know who to trust, don't know what's going on. That is the trust and transparency bit, all right, that so many people struggle with. So what we built was our own Platinum Inner Circle, all right, on WhatsApp. Our own Platinum Inner Circle community based on cohorts. So we have 150 Platinum clients in each cohort. It's a WhatsApp community. That you get direct access and line to people doing the work, right? You can send us message. You can meet other people. You can talk to the analysts literally in the inner circle. Jason is one of those clients. Since meeting with us, he's moved from what could have been a loss 80% loss to up over 2.5x. And he talks about the community-minded members on the WhatsApp group is what's the big difference, and everyone's looking out for each other. It's so supportive, all right? So they're the first three things you're going to get. So instantly, if you get approved to join Platinum, you're going to get the concierge service, you're going to get the WhatsApp, and you're going to get the investment intelligence platform. Now, the next thing I heard was you don't know when to buy, you don't know the timing, and you're fearful of missing those exits. That's the big one. That's what so many people are fearful of. They're busy, they don't know when to sell, they might be out traveling there with their family. How do you know that you're not going to miss something? Introducing the portfolio alerts and announcements. So you get, in that WhatsApp group, direct portfolio alerts and announcements from us at the Collective Shift team inside the WhatsApp group to know exactly when we're entering, we're exiting. And to make it clear, this is not alerts for you, all right? We don't we don't create personalized alerts in terms of where you're at in your strategy. We share with you when we're taking profits, when we're entering, so you can see what we're doing with our portfolio and our experts. All right, and Ron's one of our experienced Platinum members up in Queensland. He talks about how Platinum was a game changer for him. He recently joined. He's up over 200% from one of the alerts, and that's paid for 4 years of membership already. Absolutely crazy. All right, so you get the Platinum Concierge onboarding, you get the Crypto Investor Intelligence Platform, the Inner Circle community, and the portfolio alerts. Guys, we're not even up to the exclusives yet. We're just getting through. This is the normal product, right? Don't forget, all of this I have built not only for myself, but the 15,000 hours I've spent doing one-on-ones over the last 5 years with clients to build this product to be the world's leading product with our amazing team, all right? And I couldn't do it without them, and that's why this product is a game changer. So the next one, you can't keep up with everything. All right, you don't know what to do when there's volatility. Like right now, there's that 10% correction. You're not entirely sure what to do. Right? The next one is what we built was the weekly live market briefing call. All right? Every single week, we have a live office hours, your weekly filter. Every week you jump on a video call with our analysts to do office hours to knock out exactly what you need, the questions you have, and the answers you have from your portfolio. All right, so every single week, you get that live weekly market briefing call to actually talk to the analysts every single week. All right, Dave is one of those professionals, a marketing professional in Australia. He talks about he waits for that on-chain analysis, and it's worth the price of entry alone. This recap saves me hours of time and can get up to speed with his coffee in the morning. Absolutely awesome. Michael is an investor. The on-chain analysis is excellent. It's been extremely valuable in his investing journey, and it gives him detailed insights into what's happening in the market. So you get the onboarding concierge call with your one-on-one client success manager, your investor intelligence platform, the WhatsApp Inner Circle. You get the portfolio alerts and the weekly live market briefing call every single week all year. All right. Now, before I get to the last feature, I also have to say, these are the stack of bonuses exclusive to all of you today that I'm about to share, that we haven't shared before, right? It's going to get hectic. So, the last big one that we saw was you have a lack of strategy and you don't have time to research. We know so many of you are busy, all right? And this is what people tell me time and time and time again. Just don't have that strategy, all right? So what we created was the monthly strategic market masterclasses. So if you don't have time every week to jump on the office hours, every single month we do a 90-minute monthly strategy and market masterclasses just for Platinum clients, all right? Structured sessions across strategy, an update on where the market's going. You get to see our strategy, another video call where you can ask our analysts questions, meet the other members every single month, all right? Absolutely awesome. And that is a big one for clients that are busy and don't have time to be checking all day, every day. One session every month gets you up to date and gets you what you need to make sure you make the most out of the cycle. Bridget spoke about when she first heard me talk. It was the first time I'd heard anyone talk about sell strategies. Joining Collective Shift has helped me avoid the noise and feel confident in her plan. Or Jaden, the third cycle crypto investor, who talks about he's made life-changing amounts of money every single cycle from the bull market, and that's from those sessions, which is absolutely awesome. So, we're about to talk about the exclusive bonuses that you all have, which is, there's a stack of things here, which is just so exciting. I'm seeing a lot of calls already booked in, which is just crazy. We're seeing so many. Welcome, Paul, Kelly, I haven't even shared the link yet, have I? No, we haven't even shared the link. Don't know how people are finding it. I think we're running out of time, though. Paul, Kelly, Mark, Sarah. Oh, wow, we might be out of... this is bananas. Might be out of spots before I share this. Okay, so to recap, you get the Platinum Concierge Onboarding Call, your own client success manager, the Crypto Investor Intelligence Platform. You're going to get the Platinum WhatsApp community, the Inner Circle, the alerts. You're going to get the weekly live market call and also the monthly sessions, all right? Now, this is before the bonuses on this today's session. This is everything you get as a Platinum member, all right? And the standard price that you'll see on the website, you cannot actually buy this product. Again, you have to go through the application process, but this is everything you need, all right? And I'm about to share with you the limited time offers in a second. The price is $15,000. Now, the link is there. The link is game on. I'm sorry if we run out of slots. I haven't even got the bonuses yet. So, recap. Concierge onboarding, investor platform, Platinum Inner Circle, WhatsApp group, alerts, weekly live market call, and the monthly strategy session for $15,000 US. To schedule a call, you need to click that link below. You'll go to a landing page where you can see all the features, all the success stories I just mentioned, and that's where you can book a call, all right? Spots are very limited. It's an application call to see if it's a good fit. You pick a time, and it is first in, best dressed. And once we run out of time, those time slots are gone, all right? You need to put in your goals, your challenges, let us know about yourself. If we do not think it's a good fit from your application in those calls, we'll just cancel it before even jumping on. We don't have time. Honestly, we have so very few limited spots we work with clients that if you're stuffing around, if you're here for the wrong reasons, we're just going to cancel it. Now, this is the exciting part. I'm not sure if my water's out. There it is. Lost my water. Okay, this is the exciting part. This is the exclusive bonuses that we have all of you today. You guys ready for this? Nearly 1,000 people online, which is crazy. Link. Awesome. You guys ready? Okay, let's go. So, we're doing some exclusive bonuses because we're in the middle of the bull market and we really wanted to offer some additional things based on these challenges that we have people talk about. So, you have no clear strategy exit plan for high decision or high stakes decisions. So, this is limited for the first 10 people, all right? And there may already be 10 people, I'm not entirely sure. For the first 10 people, I am going to offer a 30-minute intensive one-on-one education session with me, all right? Limited to the first 10 spots. So that's on approval and payment. The first 10 people, I will work with you one-on-one, all right, for 30 minutes to work with you in an education session. So bring your questions, set the plan. I don't do this publicly anymore, all right? I've done my 15,000 hours. And now I'm offering just 10 spots, all right? I love doing them. I love working with our clients. And if you're approving the first 10, you'll also have that opportunity, all right? Chris is one of those clients I work with one-on-one. He followed my education session, paid off the mortgage, and looking back, it was a gold move that changed everything for him, all right? Now living debt-free. Kent is a business owner, travels a lot. You know, just helped him guide to the structure and strategy, and when he needs, it's been absolutely amazing. People are talking about can't book a call. You just go to that link, guys. We just put the link up there and click book a call. And that's where you click the book a call button, find a time. Right, so the first bonus you get is that intensive session, education session, limited to the first 10 spots, all right? Now, you have analysis paralysis, you're time poor, you have a limited network, you're not entirely sure what to do in crypto. So, if you are in Australia, we are offering, we've got the same ones here. Platinum in-person strategy day. Same thing, all right? You're going to get 2 tickets, whether you're in Australia or in the US, 2 tickets to our exclusive Platinum in-person strategy day pass. These are some cool-ass looking tickets, I'm not going to lie. Now, there's only 2 of these, and I don't know if I can mail these out to you. You'll get a digital version. These, you get 2 of, all right? Every year in Australia, we do 2 strategy sessions. The next one is in November in Sydney. It's a single day that will replace months of research, build your plan, and you rub shoulder to shoulder with the pros. All right? If you're in Miami, our next one's in October. All right? So we do 2 of these every single year. 2 in the US and 2 in Australia. You get 2 tickets, 1 to both. The next one's in November in Sydney, where we have all of our Platinum clients come in, all of our guest speakers, everything you need, and you get 2 tickets a year. They are possibly the coolest tickets I've ever seen. Cool. Now, this is an image of the last one we ran in Melbourne just a few days ago, which is absolutely epic. Kieran, we spoke about Kieran before. Paddy, collective shift is helping him segregate facts from noise and both fear and from euphoria with his busy life to highlight everything he needs. And this was like the image. We had 130 platinum clients fly out into Melbourne, and we had an amazing day. All right. Yeah, and James, 15,000. For some people it might be a lot, but for really, who we're working with and who we talk with in the high net worth space, like 15,000 in terms of a larger portfolio is actually nothing. When you think about the growth you're going to have in the cycle, if you think about what happens if you round trip, if you think about what happens if you get scammed, you buy the wrong investment, $15,000 at the end of the day is a very, very small price to pay to work with a team of experts that are going to be on your side to guide you through. All right. So if 15,000 is a lot, that's fine, but this product is not really for you, to be honest. All right. Wow, there is a lot of calls coming through. Shannon, Brent, Michael. Who else we got? James. Welcome, Sam. Thomas. Brad. There's about 20 or 30 people already booked, which is crazy. All right. Awesome. Now, next one. This is one of my favorite bonuses that we put together. So on top of the core features, you also get access to that first limited 10 spots with me, and you get the 2 strategy day passes every single year. $15,000 is the price, folks. We can't work with everyone. So if it's too much for you, if it's too expensive, honestly, I wouldn't book a call because we only have a few spots. So don't take up the spots of those that are actually, pretty interested in this product. This is $15,000. All right, we do have another lower tier, which I can talk about later. But for those of you that are here, this is a high net worth summit, and this is what the product is best for high net worths. All right. So the next one is crypto's lonely. Your partner isn't into crypto, and you just want to meet other wealthy people. So we thought, why not? Let's have a platinum party. So we have booked out an entire nightclub in Sydney for our platinum year-end celebration, all included in your membership. All right. We have one in Sydney and also Miami. So if you're in the US, you'll come to our Miami event in October, and this one is in Sydney after our strategy day. To build the relationships, you actually also have the opportunity to bring a partner. So if you want to get your partner into crypto, nothing better than a few wines and champagne and talking crypto. Cool. Alex is one of our high net worth clients, talks about that sense of community is critical to success, all right, and secure financial freedom and avoid those costly mistakes. Liz is retired. So much noise in crypto. She talks about how collective shift guys are transparent, honest, and profitable, and they make it clear what is real. So on top, you get first 10 people with me, you get the Platinum Strategy Day passes, and also the Platinum Party. Now, the other thing we heard was you don't have clarity or any accountability. That's a big one. You want to be held accountable. So what we've developed is as a new client, we are doing new weekly group strategy roundtables with me. So as a new client, this will be your first checkpoint. You have a one-on-one session with your client success manager. You'll get out of the WhatsApp group, you're into the platform, and then you'll join one of 4 monthly strategy sessions with me. Small group, only new clients, and you get to work with me in a small group setting to work on your strategy. So if you miss out on that first 10 spots, that's absolutely fine because we're going to just catch up in a small group and work on your strategy. Callum's a software executive in Australia. He talks about how the team helped him through tumultuous markets and gives him the fortitude to stay even when things look bad and the clarity to exit when needed. That's a big one, all right? Or Chris, who I've spoken about before. That is a big one. So every single week in the first month, you get a strategy session with me to get your strategy dialed in. Yeah, a lot of us have, a lot of clients sign up under their SMSF. You do need to check with your accountant. Some people can do it, some people can't, so just double check. We also have again, guys, this is a high net worth summit. So we're talking about this is for people with larger portfolios. If this is expensive for you, I understand that, but that's why today's a high net worth summit. We have other tiers that we might share a little bit later. They're also full at the moment, but for now, I just want to focus on these last couple of features, which are going to be so helpful in terms of these exclusives. So the other one is you can't keep up and you have a lack of knowledge. So what we're also adding in is monthly strategy workshops, all right? So these are based on our lower tier that you also get access to. So you get short, sharp updates additionally every month so you know exactly what to do and what's coming up every single month, all right? And Sugar, he's a tech worker in Australia. He talks about how beneficial it is in the research to help him with his portfolio. He's already got his membership-backed investment through the moves he's made. Right? Or Jason, a long-term investor, worked with him. He was down 80% and we turned it back to 2.5x. All right, complete game changer. So you get the monthly workshops. Now, the other one was you're not confident with your plan, how to exit or tax uncertainty. You still need help with your sell strategy, tax. You don't know how to do any of this. We heard that. So what we built is your own Platinum operating system bundle. So inside the platform, you get your own Platinum members area. And inside here, you have sessions from Travis, from Simon, from me. We have hundreds of resources. We have tax introductions. We have bonus sessions, meme coins, portfolio templates, literally something for everyone. And your client success manager walks you through to get access to this. All right? Callum, again, another guy that's utilized this a lot. There's so many amazing things in the Platinum members area that your client success manager will give you some support with. All right? Now, last but not least, this is probably saving the best to last. So if you've already missed out, well, you have, I'm sorry, because there's about 40 people that have already booked calls. But for those people that have now missed out on those first 10 spots, we also heard that you just need some time to have an education session to ask someone questions about the education gaps, how to think about your portfolio, the risk, everything you need. So what we're introducing as a bonus exclusive is a private one-on-one education session with our head of education, Simon. So you just met Simon before. Good-looking fella from Adelaide. He's going to sit down with you one-on-one and turn that scattered thinkings, the holdings, everything that you've got going on. You're going to have your own one-on-one education session, private, with Simon to talk about the data, the research, and everything you need to build out your portfolio. All right, and Nikki, she's a criminal defense lawyer in Romania. He talks about having a window in the team's own portfolio and knowing what they can provide is that trusted piece to build his own research framework based on our research and data. Shane talks about that too. Talks about how his portfolio has grown 15x since starting with Collective Shift, and he's been a beacon of light through unbiased research and education. And that's the big thing. We're independent. We want you to win. All right? And that's why we're adding so many of these bonuses, because if we can help you win, well, then we win and we can buy more crypto. That's the only way this works. So on top of the normal core offer that is normally available online, you're also going to get, on top of these things, so on top of the concierge service, investor intelligence platform, the inner WhatsApp circle, the portfolio alerts, the weekly live call, the monthly strategy session, the standard price is $15,000 US. You're also going to get the intensive education session with me if you're in the first 10 spots. Now that's also based on application being approved and paid. That's the first 10. You're also going to get the Platinum in-person strategy day, 2 passes, 2 in Australia, 2 in Miami. You're going to get a Platinum end-of-year celebration pass. You're going to come to our party either in Miami or in Sydney in November. You're going to join our new weekly market strategy roundtables with me as a new client, a small roundtable so I can help you with your strategy. Monthly strategy workshops on top of what's normally offered. You're also going to get a private one-on-one educational session with our head of education and all the Platinum operating system. Now, honestly, this is, who knows how much this is worth, because it's literally worth, it's probably priceless to be honest, but it's in the realm of $20,000 US plus, depending on how large your portfolio is, all included free on top of everything else I'm listing here if you are approved within the next 7 days. So what you need to do, if you are interested, is schedule a call to see if it's a good fit with our member growth team. Spots are extremely limited. I'm not sure how many calls are coming through. Oh my goodness, there's just so many. I can't keep up actually. Rick, Henry, Mark, Iman, Dean, Monique, Richard. I'm not sure. Honestly, it gives me a headache looking at it. I don't know. Maybe one of the team can give me an update. So in 30 minutes or less, we'll see if it's a good fit. Again, we have so limited spots in the product. If we don't think it's a good fit on the application call, we're just going to cancel it because we honestly don't have time. You need to schedule a call. You jump on a video call, speak with one of our team. All right. And the other thing we also offer is a 30-day no questions asked guarantee. All right. We do this to basically showcase to you how much we mean when we mean we put our money where our mouth is and we put our results first. So there is a zero risk 30-day money back guarantee. No questions asked. If you somehow not get any value from any of this, we'll give you your money back. All right? I have no idea how you'd stuff this up, but if you do, we'll give you your money back. All right? The other benefits are for some people, it can be tax deductible. Just speak to your accountant. It can be paid personally. You can pay through a company. All right? No lock-in contracts, refund guarantee if it's not for you. In fact, if we don't think it's for you when you jump on a call, you won't be let in anyway, so we want to make sure it's the right thing for everyone. Now, there's a couple of questions around, 15,000. If you have less than $100,000 in crypto, you can't be approved for this product anyway. If 15,000 US is not in your realm, that's absolutely fine. We do have a lower tier product, all right? Now, that lower tier product is something we share on a different session. You can book in a call with one of our member growth team, and they will talk about that product. It is a lower tier, lower cost product. However, it's quite in demand as well, as you can imagine. So if you are very, very interested, you can book a call, but if you're not and you're not willing to invest for a lower tier product, please don't book a call because we only have 2 people in the member growth team and we just don't have enough spots. 25 booked plus already. Wow. Okay, so we're at 25 calls already booked, which is pretty much where we were last summit already, which is bananas. So to think about this logically, if you were to take in a tax deduction at the top tax rate and you have $1 million portfolio, that net cost after 40% is $9,000 US, right? 0.9% of your portfolio. And then you can see 500K at 1.8 or 3.6. If you think we can make more than that, obviously we can't promise returns, we don't promise returns, but if you think we can make you more than that, you're ahead. And that's how you need to think about it. Now, why is it at this cost? Well, we're really good at what we do. We don't need the money. We can't work with everyone, so we shortened it. We work with fewer people. We create better results, and we can all win together. All right? We cannot work one-on-one with everyone, and that's why it's so few. So if it is too expensive, that's fine. It's obviously not for you. We've already got 25, 30 people booking calls, so we want to make sure we're giving them the best opportunity to get in. Kent, he made $50,000 in a week, which is absolutely crazy. Obviously not something that happens regularly, but these are sort of the results that we offer, which is crazy, not offer, that can come from these offers. Now, why are we doing bonuses and all these limited time offers if we're so in demand? Why would you do all these bonuses? Well, the bull market's not going to last forever. You have a limited amount of time, all right? And we want to make sure that we're giving the people the best chance of success by fast-tracking their way to success. So if you're not in that boat, please do not take the spot of someone that is actually serious. There is limited spots, and once we close this fast-track process, it usually goes back to a multi-month wait list. Because we want to make sure every single client we work with gets the best service, all right? If you think that you missed the boat, I've been hearing the same shit for 9 years. Oh, I should have bought Bitcoin at 1,000. Oh, I should have bought Bitcoin at 10,000. Oh, I should have bought Bitcoin at... People will be saying that at $1 million, right? 99%, who around you, actually, if you think about it, who around you is into crypto? Think about your friends, your family. I would say very few people, all right? Adoption is just starting, and that's why we think that we're just on the cusp of the next cycle. Ben talks how we're the crypto bullshit filter, navigating the world of Web3 without all the nonsense and noise of online. We don't make any money other way, by the way, folks. We don't do paid ads. We don't do affiliates. We're completely independent. And the real cost of guessing versus getting it right, this is what you need to be looking at, all right? If you're to do this alone or go through YouTubers trying to do it on your own, you're going to spend hours on your own. You're going to make a mistake. You're going to get scammed. It just happens. You may have already done that, actually, and now you're looking for an alternative. And that's where Collective Shift Platinum is about saving you time and giving you the real results and being able to work with us to get that in a personalized way. For those AFL fans, Chris Judd is a client. He uses Collective Shift every day not every day, he works with us so he doesn't miss out on something big in the asset class that will impact him daily. All right? Chris and I recently spoke at Monash University. There's a photo of him and I. He's a part of the group. Yes, this membership is a 12-month membership, all right? Now, you're probably thinking, I'm not ready yet, I'll come back later. Well, this is exactly what investors do. This is what procrastination is. I do it all the time. I'll come back when I need to. Well, you're going to come back when it's too late because that's when it's painful. All right? You don't wait for a storm to pass and then build the shelter. You build the shelter so you don't get blown to smithereens. All right? And that's what Platinum solves. Ryan talks about, think about what you can make when you do an exit successful sales strategy versus the price of a membership. Think about where your portfolio could be, all right, and how much the sales strategy will mean to you, and then what the percentage of that as a membership could do versus round tripping again. All right, now, question before, I could invest that $15,000 in the market. Yeah, sure, you could invest that $15,000 in the market, but what's that going to get you? Another $5,000, maybe a $15,000 if you time it perfectly. Maybe you just round trip more money. But if you have a large portfolio, $250,000, $500,000, right, 6-figure, 7-figure, there's massive upside. And we are a flat fee. We don't take percentages of profits. This is not a fund. We're there to help you and be your independent research provider to help you take advantage of your portfolio. All right? Works out really cheap when you think about it. We've saved members from 7 figures from the FTX collapse. We have no association with any exchanges. Like we sell research, but we're going to tell you if we don't think you should go there. We literally sold members 7 figures from FTX by warning them before it blew up. Right? So you've got 2 choices. One choice is you keep doing it alone, hoping this time will be different. Or you can follow a proven process that actually works and get all these bonuses that I just mentioned. All right? You've seen the results, you've seen the proof. This is your fork in the road. Grant just signed up for a second year. Grant spent $30,000 with us now. We have a higher elevator program called Platinum Elevate on your second year if you're interested. We're about to take all of our second year Platinum clients out to Bali for a 3-day retreat. Talk about wealth, crypto, health. Honestly, we're just building an awesome club of cool people. And if you don't want to join, that's fine. We want to make sure everyone that joins is a part of the ethos, all right, and is aligned with us. 36 calls booked. Okay. Wild. Might need a bigger boat to Bali or a plane. Now, if it's not a yes, it's fine. This is just a conversation. This isn't a payment page. You know, we want to have a chat with you first to see if it's a good fit. We're going to talk about your goals, your assets, your experience. If it's not a good fit, you're going to still leave with clarity. And if it is a good fit, you're going to get the best chance you've had this cycle. It's Jane's 3rd bull market. He's bagged profits every single bull run and made life-changing amounts of money. Now, remember the risk is on us. When you're accepted, if you're accepted and sign up, you're protected by our 30-day money-back, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. All right? So if you're not satisfied for any reason at all, contact us and we'll give you money back. Now, out of the last couple of months, we've had a less than, I think, 5% refund rate. And those clients that are refunded are usually not a good fit. We've done everything we can to give them the help and support, but if they're not a good fit, we just give them money back. All right? And that risk is on us because we have to take the time. Our analysts speak with you. Travis speaks with you. I speak with you. And then we give you money back. Like, what a waste of our time if it's not a good fit. That's why you jump on a call to see if it's a good fit first. All right? And if it's a good fit, we know there's a good chance we can actually help you. And Peter talks about how it's a perfect service for any investor who wants hands-on tailored advice. Super busy guy. So just to recap before we get to some Q&A, everything you get as a Platinum member. So this is what's publicly available, right, on the website. Platinum Concierge onboarding, all right, one-on-one. You get your own client success manager. Contact them anytime. Crypto investor intelligence platform, all the research, daily updates, the shift list, the token ratings, the dashboard, everything. The Platinum Inner Circle WhatsApp community. Get to meet the other members, get to message us, ask any questions, get access to the analysts. Portfolio alerts. Anytime we buy or sell, we get all of that in the announcement section. Weekly live office hours briefing call with the analysts every single week, and monthly strategy market masterclasses. And for the next 7 days only, which you'll see on the website, for a limited time, these bonuses will be in. So the intensive education session, that's limited to 10 spots. I think we've already had 35 people book a call. So unfortunately, that's booked out. But you do get now the new member strategy roundtable with me. All right, so a small group session. The in-person strategy day coming up in Sydney in November, which is going to be absolutely awesome. You get 2 tickets. Right, there's 2 sessions every year you get. So this fee is for the next 12 months. Monthly strategy workshops, the Platinum end of year party. We've booked out an entire nightclub, which is absolutely wild, just for Platinum clients. You can also bring a partner if you want as an additional cost. Platinum operating system bundle, all of Travis's content, tax content, modules, so much information. And last but not least, the Platinum private one-on-one educational session with Simon, our head of education. Tens of thousands of dollars in value, all for free. And I don't know how much these are, but that looks expensive. This setup here, that's pretty cool. Yes, you are able to contact Travis as a member. Not for long though, because he's getting a busy man. So maybe the next couple of weeks. So you schedule a call to see if it's a good fit. You can go over the website. You can see all the success stories. And again, spots are limited. San's one of our client success managers that you'll speak with, either San or Rebecca. They'll be one of your client success managers. If you are approved, you're going to speak to Reese or DT to see if you're a good fit. If you're not, that's fine. We do have a lower tier. So if you do have less than $100,000, please fill out the form correctly, and we may be able to share with you that lower tier product. Go in, pick a time, make sure you fill it out appropriately, right, and you get everything you need there. 40 calls booked now. Okay, wow. Probably going to run out of time, these guys' calendars. Bananas. So I'm going to answer some questions, and then we might bring up in a couple of minutes Matt and Simon to talk about anything crypto related. If there's anything membership related, please feel free to shoot in some questions, and then I'll bring Matt and Simon up in a couple of minutes. So yes, you can book in a call with Travis as a Platinum member. He also has all the information and education in the Platinum area. He talks at our Platinum events. He'll be at the celebration, all the in-person days, everything you need. And again, if you have less than 100,000 or this is too expensive, I understand, that's fine. We do have a lower tier. But again, just to be clear, you've signed up for the High Net Worth Summit. We're going to give you the High Net Worth Moneymaker product, not if you're up and coming. All right? Chris, thanks, Ben and team. I appreciate the time and effort you put into this. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Honestly, the team have done an amazing job, and all the live production people. We've got, seems about a small city of people running this show. So thanks to Benny and the crew with the live production, all the Collective Shift team. It's been amazing. And everyone that's joined, over 1,000 people nearly we got, which is fantastic. We might bring Matt and Simon up if they're ready and do some Q&A. Some questions coming in here, mate. Awesome. What a big day, mate.
Massive,
yeah, I know, I'm losing my voice.
Not surprised.
So we've got lots of questions coming in here. I might hand over to you and then
absolutely.
leave it with you guys.
There we go. What have we got there? You understand? Love hearing about the wins. What have you got wrong in the last 2 years, and what did you learn from them? Oh, yeah, it's a great question.
One for me I got wrong was BitTensor. So one of my favorite projects in the whole market, to be honest. It's in the AI space, very cutting edge. It's still one of my most favorite projects in the space, BitTensor. However, from an investment standpoint, I cut ties with it a few months ago after holding it for roughly a year. I think it fell by about 30% or so from my initial. So again, even as experienced as I am in crypto markets, still getting tied to projects that you love from an enthusiast standpoint, putting the blinkers on and actually sitting down and acknowledging the shortcomings that it did have, which was for BitTensor, its high issuance, so the amount of Tau tokens being issued as part of their mining mechanism. Their first halving is actually coming up later this year, so that might actually ease the issuance for Tau, but I suppose I had the blinkers on a bit in not acknowledging the sell side pressure from the Tau emissions, and also the nature of the project is rather complex and not retail friendly. So for a lot of retail investors, they look for more surface level, like projects that make sense a lot more intuitively. Meme coins, of course, capturing a lot more of the retail demand these days. So I sort of had my 2017, 2020 hat on when I was investing in BitTensor last year. That really didn't perform well, and so I cut ties with it instead of hoping that it somehow corrects back to my entry position, which, as we often say, the market doesn't care about what your entry level is. It'll do what it does. Since I've cut ties with BitTensor, it's continued to underperform, so somewhat of a validation, even though I ultimately did take a loss with it.
Yeah, I think my worst, I wouldn't call it worst, but I guess what I did get wrong was Polygon or Matic. It was a layer 2 for Ethereum. It came out of the last bear market as kind of a darling, I guess, to a degree. It was signing up all sorts of partnerships. I remember it talking about having a partnership deal with Disney to me, which was like an amazing thing when we were still talking about NFTs and all the NFTs and Polygon. It just sounded like it was really good. Starbucks. There were so many things that seemed to be happening on Polygon, but it never really materialized into anything. There was lots of announcements, but no real traction. And so I was investing that heavily in 2023, but it didn't really do much price action-wise. I don't think I actually did okay because I don't think I really lost money. The price didn't go down, but it's the opportunity cost of if I'd invested in something else. And so I like to flip it on the head. Like I was wrong about that as an investment, but I also think my best decision was actually recognizing that I was wrong and pivoting my portfolio. So, it's okay to be wrong. We're wrong quite often, but it's making sure we're doing something about it, not just holding on to something hoping that we might break free, because that opportunity cost of not moving your funds to somewhere else, that can really hurt you even more. And that's the unseen cost you don't ever actually see.
Yeah, it's a great question there, Jay. And as we know, in crypto, the asymmetric nature of the space, in many ways, sometimes you only need to get 1, 2, or 3 altcoins correct, depending on your sizing and how much of your allocation of your portfolio, you're dedicating towards a certain altcoin. But you might only need to get 1 to 3 really right, and you may very well have, if it's out of 10, you may have 4, 5, or 6 that break even or even lose dollar value. You might then have 1 or 2 that are complete write-offs, to be honest, maybe down 70% or so. And if you have allocated correctly or in a really sort of sound and protective manner, even evenly allocating to each, you can actually find that the winners more than offset, in many cases, way more than offset the losses that you will inevitably have. So people often, draw the analogy of venture investing or VC investing, where they will put out many small bets. The majority of them will trend towards 0 over time, and they hope that they get 1, 2, or 3 really, life-changing results or outcomes.
Yeah, 100%. All right, what's the next question there, Matt?
Altcoin season doesn't normally happen until after Bitcoin dominance drops. So a question here, thank you, from David.
I'd probably agree with that. The alt season doesn't happen until Bitcoin dominance drops, but it has been dropping. So I would kind of argue that altcoin season is kind of here. It's just not going to happen like previous cycles. Previous cycles, we didn't have as many coins. So it was easier, basically everything got lifted up because there was, I guess, not as many projects out there. And so we had that period where altcoin season, whereas everything went up. Whereas this time around, I don't think that's happening. I think only, the good projects or the good narratives or the good memes are the ones that are actually going to go up. So, has altcoin season started? Well, Ethereum has doubled, in the space of a couple of weeks' time. So if that's not altcoin season, I'm not really sure what people are looking for. So Bitcoin dominance is going down in that period of time. So I think you're right. Altcoin season doesn't happen until Bitcoin dominance goes down, but Bitcoin dominance has been going down. So I would probably say alt season is here. It might not be happening to your coins because there's just too many altcoins now.
Yeah, thanks for that question. From Tim here, we have a question. Should we be selling, rotating into Bitcoin? A lot of people tell me never to sell my Bitcoin, just hodl it. I'm unsure if I should sell and reinvest or not. Yeah, Tim, very common question. Again, there's not really a correct answer to this in my experience. People have different time frames of how quickly or how long they're willing to wait until making the gains that they're after. A lot of people will run with a Bitcoin-only portfolio, potentially in things like their SMSF. The only crypto exposure they will have in their SMSF is to Bitcoin, and they'll continue adding to that over time, while they'll have their sort of intra-cycle plays or their intra-cycle portfolios where they're having in their personal name a portfolio full of 8 to 10 cryptocurrencies, and they're wanting to really just trying their best to maximize profits within a particular bull market. Arguably in that scenario, it makes a bit more sense to maybe up the level of risk as the bull market is maturing. So in other words, adding to your altcoin positions while maybe not buying any Bitcoin for a while. Certainly, I guess speaking from my experience, I've been adding to altcoins, and the percentage of my crypto portfolio that is in Bitcoin has been shrinking as this bull market has been going on. However, I'm transparent with members in saying, by the end of this bull market, my goal is to be 100% out of all my altcoins. If you're new to crypto, an altcoin is just any cryptocurrency that isn't Bitcoin. So I want to be entering this bear market, yes, having sold a bit of my Bitcoin, but certainly any of my crypto exposure heading into the bear market, I'm wanting to be 100% of what's left is all in Bitcoin. So again, that's my goal based on, I guess, my age, my risk profile, things like that. For other people, they set and forget and want to ride out Bitcoin until maybe retirement or things like that.
I think to simplify the question here is, should I try and sell high and buy again low? I think that's kind of, I guess, the crux of what you're kind of saying there. And here's where I would push back on that to a degree, because we just talked about the reality of selling. So Bitcoin price is here, but we've just talked about you're not going to sell the top. And so now we're going to say, okay, now I'm 10% down from that price. And so you want to sell high. Okay, great. Now you're going to try and buy again low. So your expectation is I'm going to buy again low down here. But you're also not going to buy the bottom. You're not that good either. So now you're going to buy 10% above that. And so, okay, you've made profits here. So now you're going to pay some tax on that. So that gap of selling high and buying again low is much narrower now. And so now you've got a much smaller percentage gain that you could potentially make here. And so you've got to ask yourself the question is, are you good enough to nail that gap? Or is that just not worth it? Should I just hold on to my Bitcoin and not, have the risk of it going away? So if it's purely on Bitcoin trading like that, I think it's a hard one to do. If you're talking about altcoins and selling altcoins, yeah, sure, you should probably do that. But I think selling Bitcoin with the expectation that you're going to be good enough to buy again low, it's not as easy because we're not going to have an 80% drawdown in Bitcoin this cycle. I just don't think that's going to happen with so much more adoption. The drawdown could only be 30%. So now that gap is really small. It's a tough game to play. But, maybe hedge your bets. Maybe do it with a little bit.
Yeah, from Henry here, thoughts on XRP and Solana, if they get ETFs, which seems likely, Henry saying here, seems likely when, the bull market's maybe pumping, potentially later this year. What's their impact on price going to be? Yeah, for this, I've always thought in the lead up, so as speculation is potentially growing, that these altcoin ETFs are going to be approved. That is when you'll see the bulk of the price gains as people, again, buy the rumor, sell the news sort of thing. Similarly, if the SEC comes out and approves an XRP ETF, in between that time, between that announcement of it being approved and the actual launch of the ETF, in that time, I still would expect prices to do pretty well, people getting excited about the XRP ETF going live. But certainly, once we see that launch of the ETF itself, which that delay in between the announcement and the launch can be sometimes a matter of weeks. I would definitely expect there to be a sell-off at the time it actually launches the product itself. Another thing here with these altcoin ETFs, if they are announced and approved multiple different altcoins at a time, I would definitely strongly expect the price sensitivity of that news to be really quite dull. Really, it would just be stealing the spotlight from each other. So a world where the SEC on the same day approves an XRP ETF, a Solana ETF, an Avalanche ETF, Chainlink ETF, if there were just a lot announced on the same day, that would be a really bad scenario in terms of just short-term price action. If I was an investor in any of those altcoins, I would really not enjoy a world where they're all approved on the same day.
No, definitely. I would also look back at the Ethereum ETF when that got launched. That didn't actually do much for the price.
Yeah.
So it's a great catalyst, and it's more of a longer-term catalyst. Yeah. But we've only had two. We've had Bitcoin, which actually did affect the price, and Ethereum, where it didn't really affect the Ethereum price. So at the moment, it's saying 50-50 where it's going to go. So it's not the be-all and end-all, I don't think.
Yeah, for sure. Why are you storing your wealth long-term in Bitcoin? It's like a digital pet rock. So it's a bit like gold, store of value. If Bitcoin dominance has been falling over time. Yeah, Javier, good question. Over time, Bitcoin dominance technically has been falling. It used to be 100%, then it was high 90% about over a decade ago. And as more altcoins have joined the space, we've even seen a world where Bitcoin dominance has been climbing in recent years. I think it got to about the mid 40%, 45 to 50% a few years ago, and basically all of this bull market so far, it's been steadily climbing. It almost got to 70% just a few months ago. So I certainly would, while technically you're right, it has been falling since the inception of the crypto market. Certainly in recent years, we've seen Bitcoin dominance, really fall and then go back up again, then fall and go back up again.
I would also say that Bitcoin dominance is a percentage, though. It's a percentage of the Bitcoin market cap to the whole crypto market cap. So while the Bitcoin dominance as a percentage is going down, Bitcoin as a market cap is still going up. And so the entire space is getting bigger. So Bitcoin is getting bigger. It's just that the other things are taking up more of the space as well. So just because Bitcoin dominance is falling doesn't mean that like Bitcoin is going down in price or Bitcoin is going down in value. There's just some other things in the space that are building up value as well. And they're building up that value up, I guess, at a faster pace than Bitcoin. But Bitcoin keeps going up. And I do like my digital pet rock as well.
A good question there. We'll just get one more question here from Lewis. Will there be a crypto winter in your opinion? Yeah, it's a great question, Lewis. I've been doing some thinking about this in terms of potential, trigger points or really a bear market catalyst. Like, will it be something that's a real explosive ending to the bull market, or will it just be a bit more psychological in nature? Just, it gets up to euphoria, greed takes over, people like leverage too much, and then we just have a big sell-off for multiple months. It's a great question, and where I've arrived in it is, it could be a bit dangerous, but I don't expect us to go through a crypto winter if we're defining that as something that's, I don't know, call it 18 to 24 months of basically downward price action on Bitcoin and all the other altcoins. Sure, I might be wrong, could happen again, but I think the backdrop now, again, having lived and breathed this space for 8 years now, is as good as I've ever seen it, to be honest, in terms of the likelihood of crypto being a big part of our future. Where we are now in August 2025 is as good as I've ever seen it before. And therefore, we don't have the backdrop like we saw in 2021 with all the leverage, all the undisclosed collateral, the under-collateralized loans that were really done backdoor sort of deals between Celsius, BlockFi, Alameda, Three Arrows Capital, all those bad actors. And what was really the reason why we went up so high so quickly in 2021, but also the reason why the space suffered heavy reputational damage in 2022 and beyond, and why we then got a negative sort of behavior or attitudes towards crypto with the Biden administration. All of that backdrop and risk and leverage, all of that is nowhere near where we saw it in last time. So could it happen again? Sure, but I think crypto's big enough now where we're not going to have that really extended 18 to 24 month crypto winter.
I'm going to disagree with you. I reckon we will have a crypto winter. And it's not because crypto is crypto. It's because crypto is part of the whole global financial system anyway. And so if you want to go back and look at 2022, that was bad for crypto. You know what else was bad for? Global stocks. So they all had a huge bear market in 2022, just like crypto did. And so that to me is showing that we are actually aligning ourselves with just global macro. So will we have a crypto winter? Yes, because we'll also have a global financial, not crisis per se, but just a bear market in global financial systems. And so crypto is not immune to that. It doesn't go up forever. It will go up and down with the rest of the stock markets around the world.
Cool. We've got lots of more questions coming through. We'll get Ben back up here.
Killing it, boys.
A few calls being booked, I imagine.
Yeah, there's 45 from last count, which is bananas. We have gone a long way over, so we might have to, unfortunately, cut this one a little bit short. We do have, again, this is one of the things that you guys are, pretty much on sessions every week now, answering questions from the Platinum members. So
every week.
One of the benefits, obviously, with the Platinum is our new weekly briefing call. So you can actually jump on a call every week with Matt and Simon, ask some questions, get insights on all your questions, and get live answers every single week. Because I think the big thing, as we all know, is that you get the answers today, we walk out, and then something happens next week, and it's completely different. So getting those up-to-date information is really important. If you do have less than 100,000 in crypto, you can book a call. As I mentioned, we do have a lower tier. The guys can talk you through it. We unfortunately don't have time to talk about that product today, but we will upload a replay for the next few days. Again, reminder that this content will be sort of relative for the next few days unless something happens. So the replay will come down. So make sure you check it out. If you don't get a chance, we'll email it out to everyone. If you have any more questions, feel free to go to the website. You can click the little chat bot in the bottom right-hand corner. But thank you, everyone, for joining. Hopefully you learned a lot today. That was probably our best summit yet. Guys, you did a great job, as always. Thank you to all the team behind the scenes. Appreciate it. guys. Quick shout out to, trying to get the company name, That Creative Hub. That Creative Hub.
Yes.
If
That
you're in
Creative
Melbourne.
Hub.
So thanks, guys, for helping us put on the summit. Thanks all the Collective Shift team, Travis, our speakers, Josh, Pat, Zen, Alice, Rebecca, everyone behind the scenes, San, and obviously Reese and DT that are pretty busy, I reckon, at the moment. So
Have a hunch.
yeah,
That's the case.
100%.
Yeah.
But no, we'll wrap it up there, guys. Thank you, everyone, for joining in, and we'll see you on the next event. Bye for
Thanks,
now.
everyone.
Thank you.